There it is. Hey, are we just backstage or are we on YouTube as well?
It's on live. It is on live. There.
All right, let me see. Let me go and find it. Man, I am. Oh, there you are. I'm already subscribed.
Yay!
Sweet. Yeah, I thought I was subscribed because, like, I get your review videos popping up all the time.
Yep, 5 days a week. 6 if you count the sizzle reel.
Yeah, you do a good job with the reviews as well.
I try. Just man, I had got at the beginning of the summer, I got way ahead, and I had lots of videos in the bag. But now I'm up to I ain't got nothing for next week completely ready.
I'm like so far behind, man. Like if I spend as much time working on my stop motion as I did on these streams, I'd be putting out a video every month.
Yeah, and plus, man, what you do is so much more time intensive than.
Oh yeah, the last video I put out took me 2 months to make.
And hell, even what I do is a little bit more time intensive than your standard review, because it takes me at least, unless I'm like in a hurry to turn something around, it takes me about 2 weeks to shoot and edit and chroma key, and
they're taking even longer for me now because I'm I was doing like 8 frames per second for the stop motion,
and
I'm bumping that up to 12 frames per second to make it look a little smoother.
Yeah,
and I'm animating mouths.
Oh wow!
Which is like going into each frame and putting the appropriate mouth over it. You know what I mean? Because I've got all the mouths like broken down on a translucent background. So like whatever, shape the mouth is supposed to be in for the letter that's being spoken, I have to like correspond it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So first I have to shoot like all my shots. Then I have to record the audio. Then I have to overlay the shots with the audio to see where I need to put what mouthpiece. Then I have to go into each frame individually and add the mouth overlay.
Yeah. And I will tell you, man, I have learned to use templates. I've learned to make templates for the chroma keying, and that makes it a lot, well, I won't say a lot less time intensive, but it takes less time if you do that, because most of the stuff, it'll come out okay, and then every once in a while I have to go in and tweak the settings. But
see, I try to use as little green screen as possible for myself. Like the things that I'm using green screen for in my videos, like I'll have like a miniature TV screen, and I'll put a green screen paper over that so that I can have like something playing on the miniature screen.
Right.
You know what I mean? Or like if I want to make a corridor look deeper, I'll put green screen behind the open doors, so I can layer another shot behind it,
Yeah.
But what you do, that's like entirely green screen.
Yeah.
Everything but your subject is green screen. And, the thing that I have trouble with there is, you can go with like a green background or a blue background or whatever, but like, especially when you're reviewing G.I. Joe, right? If you're reviewing a Joe, there's probably green on the figure.
Well, I have run into very little of that with G.I. Joe.
Really?
And, like you would think that would be a constant issue with as much green, but I guess it's because of the shade of green that the screen is versus the shade of green that the figure is. There's enough.
Yeah, well, like exactly. Like if you because like isn't it the like more you key in, the more like accurate it gets?
Yeah,
How's
well,
it going, baby?
depends because like I use a shit ton of lights. Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, for me, when I'm shooting, I have probably like the stage I have set up right now. I have like 8 different light sources on it.
And
I have
everything
a
is
light. I have 2 light sources on to light up my backdrop. Right. Then I have overhead lights. Then I have like ground level lights, like aimed at the subject.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And it's like the thing is like, especially with stop motion, right? If you change your camera angle, you have to move all the lights around so the shadows are coming from the same place, and it's like otherwise you're gonna get choppy stop motion. And yeah, you definitely 100% need a remote for your camera. Because if you're gonna try and like fucking push the damn picture button every time you snap a shot, you're gonna be bumping your camera. You're gonna have shaky shit. So you need that remote so that you don't ever have to touch your camera.
Yeah, I did a little short stop motion a time or two, like a Optimus Prime transforming, and it was like that because I couldn't get the stuff, I couldn't manipulate the parts of the transformer without moving it, and then it would never get back in the same place. And
well, I did a transformation in my last video. Hang on, I'm gonna just go ahead and just share the video, and we'll just skip right to the scene. I believe it's this one. Yeah, I think it's this one. All right, so we skip right to the scene. It's in the.
I have to say, you guys are let's get 5.
Oh no, it's in the comparisons.
Here they are with a Figma drop so far, and here they are with there is a cog the figure with interchangeable.
All right, here we go.
Head, the Masterverse Trapjaw and his boss Skeletor.
Fuck you, He-Man!
Yeah. Fuck you, He-Man, indeed. Here are the bats with a little bat. Here are the bats with a Batman, a bat drone, and a bat butler. And here they are with my whole.
Oh no, it must have been before that.
The auditions are over.
Where is it?
Oh.
Best. Here they are with Machine Man and.
This is so humiliating.
Here they are with Sarah Connor and a T-800 from NECA. Here they are with a Figma Drossel and Marvel Legends Jocasta. Here they are with an SH Figuarts Android 21 and a Dragon Spirits Android 18. Here they are with a BattleBot and a Red Series Soundwave. Here they are with Alpha 5 and Zordon from the Lightning Collection. Here they are with some people who move.
It's got to be coming up in a
DC
second.
Collectibles, Mime and Marionette. Here they are with my life model decoys. Here they are with all of the heavy battle droids I have so far. And here they are with their sworn enemies, the 501st Clone Trooper Legion. And here they are with my CIS armies so far. Here are both of the cogs that I have purchased. And here they are with their sworn enemies, the Zeopods that I have purchased so far. And here they are with their sworn enemies, G.I. Joe. Here they are with another black and yellow robot, Black Arachnia. This one transforms. Ooh, look.
Yeah, that was.
Here they are with
right, pretty smooth, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's probably the smoothest. Because I've tried to do Transformers like changing on on screen before, but Black Arachnia, she like lends herself to it well because like her legs can stay where they are for most of the transformation.
And then I did what was the other one? I did like a Wolverine fighting one of those Leonard Toys Predators.
I think Leonard stuff is like underrated.
I think it is too. It has really good articulation. At least the couple of pieces that I've picked up, which is I'm a Predator and an Alien.
The early stuff, like the core stuff, where it was like 5-point articulation, that stuff wasn't great. But once the modern GI Joes stopped coming out, like Landed like picked up the torch and fucking improved their articulation.
Yeah.
You know, you started you know, and then you got like the World Peacekeepers line.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, those figures are just as articulated as old O-Ring Joes, and their vehicles were fucking great. Like, I picked up a bunch of their vehicles. I picked up the Little Bird helicopter with the missiles on it and stuff, and I picked up a couple of their tanks and they look really good. What else? There was man,
was that the line that was at Toys R Us, and they had the submarine and they had the C-130?
Yeah, they had like the bomber plane that had the handle on the top.
Yeah.
You know, the submarine was basically the same thing. It had the handle on the top. They put out like a hovercraft that like carried a tank on it. And I saw a guy do a custom version of that where he turned it into like a Cobra version of the Whale. And just put a his tank in there instead of the tank it came with. And man, that thing looked beautiful. How's it going, Dockerin?
There's the link if anybody wants to join in. Which I guess is you, Dark Honan.
Yeah, we're doing free for all tonight.
Yeah, not something I normally do. But
yeah, it doesn't look like many are here yet.
But yeah,
just people watching it. I think I might be one of them.
That's okay. My lives usually don't do very well while they're live anyway. They usually pick up some views after. But, you know, it is what it is. But,
let's see here. I
just picked up that
link.
That Ghost Rider too.
Yeah, there's wow, they changed Instagram's format here.
But yeah, Dark Conan, this piece right here has to go. I've got some chain. I'm gonna put some wire in it and make an articulated chain that doesn't have the fire on it.
There we are. All right. I am going to send the link out to a few people.
Okay. I can put as many people up here as the free version will hold.
I believe that's 6.
Yeah, that Toy Biz Ghost Rider is the proportions are a little odd.
Yeah, you know, it's crazy because do you remember, like, long time ago, there was a game, an action figure combat game called Marvel Legends Showdown. And they were, like, really well-articulated Marvel action figures.
Oh, yeah, that Toy Biz did that, the 3 3/4 or 4-inch scale.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, and they were like, they were like 1/18 scale, and they had like a game, like a miniature combat game attached to it.
Yes, and they all had a stand with a clear post on it.
Yeah, I have a bunch of those actually.
I did too, because I was like, oh my God, it's an action figure, a 3 3/4-inch action figure that's articulated almost as well as a 6-inch Marvel Legends. I remember seeing that, and I was like, oh yeah. So yeah, I had a bunch of those too.
Yeah, well, the only reason I brought it up was because I've recently been because I have a bunch of the like Marvel Universe figures. You remember the 3 3/4 line?
Yeah,
Well,
I got a bunch of
those. I keep saying 3 3/4, and that was a 4-inch line. That was not a 3 3/4 line.
Like the more modern 118 Joes.
Yeah, exactly. They're like true 1/18 scale, not really 3 3/4.
Hello, Merman.
Because if you think about it, like the O-ring Joes, they were based on Star Wars figure scale.
Yeah.
And Star Wars. Have you ever watched the Toys That Made Us?
Yes.
Like they said, how big do you want them? And the guy just held up his fingers this big, and they fucking measured that and made the figures. Right. So, but yeah, I was digging up all of my Marvel Universe figures so I could sell them. Merman's here. And I found my the Marvel Legends Showdown's Ghost Rider. And I literally have it in my hand right now. And like his bike looks great, the fucking skull looks great. Like this Ghost Rider looks better than most of the 6-inch Ghost Riders.
Yeah. Now the last Johnny Blaze that Marvel Legends did with the motorcycle, not the single carded one. I like that one too, but the only issue I really had with that one is like the jaw, even though it's articulated, it's misaligned. So when his mouth is closed, he has a really bad overbite.
Oh, that's terrible. Yeah,
this one does not have that problem.
The bike that came with the Marvel Legends Showdown one is like that new one, the Dan Ketch bike. Yeah, exactly. It's that bike. Like I have the 4-inch version of that.
Sweet. Yeah, I think I want to say I have that Danny Ketch Ghost Rider, but he didn't come with the bike.
Oh, all right. Yeah, this one.
I think they released it that way too.
Well, and it's weird that they put that bike with the Johnny Blaze because that bike is the Dan Ketch bike.
Yeah.
Johnny's bike was more like a chopper.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm not ignoring you. I dropped something and I can't find it now.
Oh no, it's all good. But yeah, I'm the kind of guy who when I get new toys or whatever, like most of them, they come out of the box, they go, they get messed with for a little bit, and then they go into their Ziploc bags till I'm ready to film them.
Yeah.
Right. But occasionally I get something new and it stays in front of me for a while. It stays next to my computer so I can fuck with it while I'm like online talking to you guys or when I'm watching something. And right now it's there's 3 figures, actually 3. My custom short fuse, which is my absolute favorite figure. The Cobra Eels, because I have 3 of them and they're fun. And then my Doc figure. And I have to say, if you buy a Doc figure, take the vest off. Because the vest is terrible. Oh, yeah.
This is the same vest that comes on that 60th infantry.
Yeah, the 60th anniversary Army figure. Exactly.
And
I took the vest off of mine, and it's fucking perfect now.
But it's like all the pouches don't fit like they're supposed to. It makes it
and those, and the thing is, like the peg holes on the sides. Like if you put anything in there, you can't put his arms down. But I took the vest off of mine. I heated it up, popped the arms off, and slid the vest over his head, and then put the arms back in. And my Doc looks like the original Doc.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure they'll do that on a retro card.
Right, with the long sleeves, because this Doc has the rolled up sleeves where the original had long sleeves.
So, but I hadn't messed with him a whole lot, but it's okay. And I went by GameStop today. I had to pre-order this from GameStop, the reissue. of the Walgreens Silver Surfer.
See, I only own one Silver Surfer from Marvel Legends, and it's the Obsidian one.
That's the one that I had out of the Hasbro, but I do have like the old Toy Biz one. Which
was that the one that had the wheels on the surfboard?
No, this is the one that had magnetic feet and a metal piece in the surfboard.
Oh, all right.
And it came with a it came with a stand, and it had like the surfboard had these 2 posts on the bottom of it, and you plugged it into the stand, which had like a black platform that you plugged it into, and then it had a clear rod in it that led to like it looked like a meteor.
Okay, so you're talking about the Toy Biz Marvel Legends.
Yeah.
Okay, because Toy Biz was doing Marvel figures before they started Marvel Legends. And they were like,
that's right, they were doing like off
limited articulation. They all had like some action feature. And the Silver Surfer from that wave had the wheels on it. It was like a pullback kind of thing.
Yeah, usually when I say the old Toy Biz, that's what I'm talking about. It's the Marvel Legends.
Gotcha.
I forget a lot of time. I didn't collect that 5-inch stuff, so I don't really think about that a whole lot.
Yeah, I had bought some of it because it was like I wanted X-Men figures, and that was all that there was available.
And because about that time, what I was heavy into collecting was the old Playmates Star Trek figures.
I collected a lot of those too, man. Those were great figures.
The only thing that I never really liked about those figures was the hip articulation.
The thing that I hated about them, and I will say I hated this about them, was the fact that their accessories were all just brightly colored plastic with no paint. Oh, the accessories looked awful.
And you go back and look at those now, at like the head sculpts and stuff on them, they're not great. But I like some of them, they hit right on the head, like the Locutus.
Well, the latest series, the later ones were much better. And right, like the early ones were pretty bad, but then like because they did a Kirk and Spock and Bones from Star Trek II Wrath of Khan.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like once they did those, it was like, okay, now they're getting better. The face sculpts look good. They're not like glossy and cartoony looking. They look more like the actor, even though they still had those kind of cartoony proportions.
Yeah.
And I think it's interesting that Playmates like remade those figures like over the last couple of years. But with much better like accessories and better looking face sculpts.
Excuse me for just
Lone Dragon. There you go. We've got some people showing up. How's it going, Geek Homeworld? Lone Dragon.
All right, I will be back in just a moment. Geek Homeworld. Here's a link. Jump on in.
Sergeant Schultz, he just put the link in. Oh, sorry, he must have like clicked on typed that in and sent it right as you were putting the link out.
Probably.
I agree. The USS Flag is legendary. But at the price of the USS Flag nowadays, the fact that it's so expensive, like you're not getting one anywhere near complete for anything less than like $1,200 minimum. And how's it going, Bullwinkle? And at that price, I just as soon make my own. You know what I mean? You cut a lower frame out of like plywood, cut a deck out of plywood, and then make everything else out of pink foam. Oh, Geek Homeworld, you haven't missed the stream. He only just started it. DC, I can't hear you. It's weird because you don't have the little mute thing going, but we can't hear you talking.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, my mic died.
Yeah, I remember the sticker price on the flag when I saw it in the toy stores was $100. It was $99.99.
But this one that they had at Joe Fest, like on the very top level of it, it was like the original flag, but then he had added a bunch of LEDs and stuff like that to the landing strip, and then he had like 5 or 6 decks up under that, and it was about 5 feet tall, and it was on wheels and everything.
Yeah, I've seen really a couple people do stuff like that with their flags. The most impressive to me though was, have you ever watched G.I. Joeberg? They're a South African channel, and they actually made the secondary base for their flag out of foam, and they actually took the thing out on the ocean.
Oh,
they literally took an actual floating USS flag out on the fucking ocean.
Yeah.
And it actually floated, and they filmed it out there and everything. You can watch it on that channel to this day if you wanted to.
Yeah, it's probably one of their biggest hits, right?
Yeah. I mean, they're really cool guys. You know, I like their channel. They do what they call play motion, where they like tell stories, but like, you know, they don't stop motion it. They like actually move the things with their hands and stuff.
Like you would play.
They do their best to keep their hands out of frame as much as they can, but you know, it's impossible like to get them completely out.
Yeah, it's like as if you were playing with your G.I. Joes as a kid.
Yeah, exactly. It's adults playing with their Joes the way they would if they were still kids.
Yeah.
You guys carry on for a minute, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Hey, thank you, Digital, for having us on.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Awesome.
Curtis M3, how's it going, guys?
Yeah.
Hello, prophet. The prophet.
That's pathetic.
It's kind of good.
Not even close.
Like
maybe that sounds like me if I had just been kicked in the nuts and my voice was 3 octaves higher.
Oh, dude.
Sound like you was having fun over there on Kaz and Bruce's or whatever.
Oh, well, you know, it was a decent conversation. We were talking movies and stuff.
Good.
Yeah.
My guy Sean backed out, but DC says he's going to come on. So Digital K-Band will be our 6th panelist.
Okay.
For the movie ranking?
Yes. That'd be great.
Yeah, I would have liked it to be Bullwinkle, but Bullwinkle said he's not talking online for a while, so.
I know.
You know, if that's what he wants to do, I'm not going to try and talk him out of it, you know.
Hey, Merman's backstage, fags.
Merman.
We can't do nothing.
Yeah, DC's the one in control. He said he'd be back in a minute, so we'll see.
Yeah.
He's got a Klingon bat left behind him.
Yeah. He's had that for a while.
He's ready to fight for your honor.
I like the Death Star. Death Star's looking nice little. That's the same size. Looks like. I don't know.
Yeah, you know, me and a friend of mine, like we used to like that was our thing for a while. Like whenever we saw something we didn't like someone they're just a random example. You know, we get like ice cream and somebody in the group would get sprinkles and be like, sprinkles are without honor.
I was just talking sprinkles with somebody today. I don't like sprinkles.
Yeah,
I like sprinkles.
It's okay, M3. Watching Star Trek is without honor.
Hey, Profit Director.
Star Trek is the worst thing ever.
Oh no! Hey, we got digital. We got Digital's beard. We got my beard. We got Kurt's beard. Profit Director's beard. Pop on that beard and shit. That'd be dope.
I don't have to prove my beard. You guys have seen my beard.
I know.
You saw my beard hanging out the bottom of a Cobra Commander mask, all 8 inches of it.
But my eyes are bad. I need to actually see it.
In an alternate universe.
Look at you guys trying to get me to come on camera. What are you, Cobra Clan?
Oh, yes, no.
What's next? Are you gonna call me a bagel salesman?
Hey, if you were a bagel salesman, I'd go to your store.
Damn right, because they be the best bagels ever.
Yes. Oh shit.
No, if I was gonna open a restaurant, it would be an Italian place.
It's Italiano.
And unlike every other Italian restaurant in Chicago, there'd be an Italian cooking in the kitchen.
Mafungo.
Don't be
His
racist.
name is Luigi.
It's me, a profit director.
Okay.
Prof would have all his waitresses and waiters dress up as Mario and Luigi and
all
Prince
of them. No, Prince Peach, yes.
I 100% would not do that.
That's a great idea, Kurt.
But they would all have Cobra symbols on their chest.
That's great.
Hey, Lone Dragon, did Punk's Pit end?
That's great, Kurt.
Oh no, they're still going.
Who's still going?
A Punk with Toys.
Oh,
He's got a live stream going. He's had it going for like a while now. Shit, how many hours into it are there? Damn, he's been going for almost 5 hours over there.
Oh, he ain't got nothing on us, man.
Want to go bomb it? Fucking jump in there and say what's up.
Well, the Punk doesn't open it to the public.
I know. Motherfuckers.
Well, hey, Digital doesn't usually open it to the public either. He's only doing it tonight because it's, he picked up the after show for Kaz.
Oh, yeah. Fuck. Well, hey, right here. No, yeah, thank you, Digital.
I tried getting on Kaz's earlier, but they weren't letting me on.
Dude, I saw you do the thing, and the link was like right above when you asked for it.
I mean, when they first started, when I first got on there, I was trying to get on, but they kept talking and talking. I'm like, okay, you guys are boring. I'm done.
No, I got you.
You're not boring, Kaz. Don't listen to him, Bruce.
So basically, what you're saying is, you didn't like the taste of your own medicine.
What are you talking about?
Dude, how many times have like people been in your backstage for like 20 minutes waiting for you to notice them?
Oh, that's hard. That's hard, Profit. That's hard.
Yeah,
that's a difficult one because even me, no. Yeah, that one doesn't work. But fire another one at him. Let me see if he hear it.
Hey, no, look, I've been in the back waiting 20 minutes for him to notice me.
Yeah. Yes.
I like listening. I just listen.
In fact, I actually remember there were a couple of times where I actually typed in, "Notice me, senpai."
Hey, man.
Hell yeah.
Hey, man,
Hey, man. Hey,
I wish that there was actual like good animation coming out of America right now, but all the American animation can't hold a candle to Japan's at this point.
It never could.
I disagree. I think back in like the early 90s and the animation style on the characters back then where the eyes took up like 3/4 of their heads. It's like there was nothing that looked human. Like you take an anime, like has any of you ever watched Clanad?
No.
Like it's a great story, but the characters look so terrible.
Okay,
But like, yeah, Japanese animation keeps getting better and better, and American animation keeps getting worse and worse.
Yeah. Everything's like bug eyes now.
Yeah, I always thought like Japanese, even in the 80s, I thought it had better.
Well, but that's the thing, because there was good animation back then, good anime back in the day, but it was few and far between. Most of it, like, I couldn't get into like the character styles, like even something popular, like what was it, Code Geass or Code Geass or whatever it's called. Where like Lelouch, I think, was the main character. Like they all had like the style of the characters just didn't look right to me,
Maybe I just.
But then you have something like Akira or Ninja Scroll, and the artwork was amazing.
Yes,
right. Ninja Scroll in particular.
Vampire Hunter D.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But then at the same time, you have stuff like Trigun. I never got into the anime style for Trigun.
Isn't that all Japanese though?
All Japanese, yes.
Yeah, that's
what I like. Also like Lupin the Third.
Yeah, but Lupin again, it was more of like the animation style on Lupin like was great for characters like I'm sorry, what's the name that starts with an F? Where's the Lupin's girl?
It's been so long since I've watched any of that.
Or something. I think it's Fujiko.
Yeah, that's yeah.
But then Lupin, like the face style, it was like they were characters from two different animes. You know what I mean? And it just I don't know, man. It seemed kind of weird to me. Like I enjoy Lupin, don't get me wrong, but I enjoy Lupin for the like comedy,
Yeah.
Same thing with like Speed Racer. I watched Speed Racer as a kid, but like looking back at it now, I'm like, man, this animation's terrible.
That's what I thought.
Oh, you were so far down in the stage, I couldn't even see you,
Ed. Am I on here?
Can you hear me? You're on, Ed. How's it going, man?
Hi, Ed. Keep going.
Okay, maybe I missed something. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm.
You got to adjust some equipment.
Yeah, I'm echoing. I got you on the stream. I got you on my stream here, watching your stream. So, yeah.
Kill the YouTube sound. That'll fix it.
I always just mute YouTube, and then that eliminates any echo.
That's it.
Yeah,
I forget to do that a lot of times too. I'm going, why the hell is it so echo? Oh, because YouTube's still on.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I must have missed a stream or something because we came in about 11 o'clock from watching a movie, a really good Irish movie called
Potato Famine.
Kneecaps. And it's about this group called Kneecaps. They're an Irish rap group, and it's about saving your heritage and your like the Irish is based on an actual group, and they starred in it, and it was a pretty good film. We're the only ones in the theater that saw it, but I got in about 11 o'clock, and I was like, you know what, I'm a little tired, but I'm gonna text Digital K-Man and see if he wants to go on the live stream with me, just an impromptu live stream. I didn't though. I was like, I said it's 11 o'clock. He's not gonna on a Friday night. He's not gonna be live streaming, so he's not gonna want to live stream.
Well,
especially.
It happens
no. Yeah, I know. Well, generally you wouldn't be. So I was like, I just won't bother him. So we were watching some TV, and next thing you knew, about 30 minutes later, I was asleep, and I literally just woke up, and in my phone, I was checking my phone, and it says live stream, and I was like, well, maybe this can't be live. I know he's not on a live stream. So I snuck into the chat, and I was like, well, here I am. And
yeah, we were on a different live stream, and that live stream ended, and
so this is the after party.
Decided to do an after party.
Well, next time whoever controls the live streams, invite me. I'm always up for live streaming.
I didn't know what No,
that's totally fine. It's
Sometimes
totally fine.
What about backstage?
Well, you were literally in the chat like within like 10 minutes of us starting. You know?
Yeah.
Hey, and can I add? What's up? Nice to meet you. But we were we were at Kurt's channel for fucking 3 hours watching everything from start to finish and shit.
Oh my God, I would have loved that. I totally would have loved that. I can vibe with you.
Yes, y'all. Ed is a movie guy. He actually worked in the movie industry.
Oh, Ed.
In
this
the
was the
Savannah
last
area.
film. This is the last film I worked on. I don't know if you can see that. Let's see. Devotion with Jonathan Majors, Before the Fall. Very good film.
Oh wow.
And
well, you know, Ed, next Saturday we're doing a stream on Curtis's channel where what we're doing is we're ranking our top 10 movies from 1980.
oh shoot.
Not the 80s altogether, just the year 1980.
Me and a friend of mine, Scott, who actually works in the film industry, still working in the film industry. We went and compiled a list of the entire decades from the beginning of the film industry, our top 10 list. So we have a top 10 list all the way through probably 2022. But yeah, that's something I would do. I'd totally rank stuff,
nice.
In a good way.
Well, yeah, basically the way it's going to work is we're each picking our top 10 favorite movies from 1980. Mm-hmm. And then when we get on and do the ranking, if a movie was picked by just one person, it's rank E. If it was picked by 2, it's rank D. By 3, it's rank C. And if like all 6 people pick it, it'll be rank S. You know what I mean?
Right. Oh, that sounds cool. Hold on.
Hey, I just
shameless self-promotion.
So, like, for example, 1980 will probably have a couple of S-rank movies. Empire Strikes Back and The Shining. You know, will probably both be on everybody's list.
I was 10 years old when my parents fell asleep and I snuck into their room, and we had just gotten HBO because that was like a luxury back in the day. And I stayed up and saw The Shining, scared the living shit out of me. And I can't to this day I can't watch it. I can't watch Exorcist or anything like that.
It's kind of interesting that you say that because when I was a kid, I saw a lot of horror movies. Your Nightmare on Elm Street, your Halloween, your Friday the 13th. None of them scared me. The only movies that scared me as a child were The Shining and Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. And the reason is because in those, in the Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, the victims were all adults. So as a kid, I felt, well, I'm safe. They don't kill kids.
Well, one of the things me and my wife talked about,
and in Willy Wonka, like kids are the victims.
We grew up. We're Gen Xers, so we grew up being fearful of quicksand was going to be a real thing in our lives. When you grew up, every TV show, somebody was drowning in quicksand, and so that was one of the things that we grew up on.
Yes, I think they even had that a couple of times on the Lou Ferrigno Incredible Hulk show.
You know what? I need to tell you from Joe Fest that Digital K-Man came up here to Augusta or down here, wherever he came up, I guess up. Back in June, we went to that, and I've always been a lifelong $6 Million Man fan, and they had an $80 action figure. Would that be the 12-inch? What size was that?
Yeah, that was 12-inch.
12-inch. And
the one with the hole in his head where you could look through his eye.
Yeah. I had that, and when I was a kid,
I did as well, man. I did as well,
dude. When I was a kid, though, this is a crazy little story. My mom and my brother and sister, they went shopping somewhere, went to the store, and left me and my dad at home. And they had just got me. We had just come from the store and got the doll. Action figure. It's not a doll. My sister had dolls. I had action figures. Anyway, so dolls, $6 Million Man, he always was going on missions with my G.I. Joe. So, they were always getting into a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I was just telling these guys the other day. When I was a kid, I had 4 12-inch figures. I had the $6 Million Man. I had the Eagle Eye G.I. Joe, the one with the lever on the back of his head so he could look left and right. And I had the astronaut G.I. Joe, and I had the 12-inch Chewbacca.
Sweet.
So those were my only 4 12-inch figures as a kid.
So they went to the store, and then I was playing in my room, and my dad was in the front room watching TV or something. And then my mom and brother and sister came back from the store, and And they were wondering where I was at because they didn't see me anywhere in the house. My dad's like, he's in his room playing. And what had happened was that I was playing with the $6 Million Man, and it had the steel beam, and you had the bionic arm. It's the left arm, the bionic arm, and you push the thing in the back, and and it goes up, and you could hold the beam, and then you could look through the bionic eye and all that stuff. And apparently, I pulled his left arm off. I didn't know because it was the first time I had that action figure that the arm came off. So I hid under my bed because I thought I would get in trouble because we just got this toy and I broke it that soon. And so I ended up falling asleep under my bed. So when my mom and them came home, my dad's freaking out. They're looking all around the house, and I got a pretty big ass whooping for that because I fell asleep under
probably
my bed.
a much bigger ass whooping than you would have got for breaking the toy.
Exactly. But the thing is, it didn't break. The toy didn't break because the arm did come off, and go back on. That was part of you could switch out the limbs and all that. But I didn't know that. I was a kid. I don't know how old I was.
Yeah, well, that's just like a kid thing to do, right? The kid knocks over the lamp, and instead of owning up to it and taking just a good talking to, he lies about it for 6 hours and then gets his ass kicked for lying.
Well,
it's so much worse than it would have been if you'd have just told the truth from the start.
Somehow everybody's got to send me their links so I can sub your channels and all. But if y'all want to sub my channel on it's Geek Home World on YouTube, and it's a podcast form. I'm coming up on 10 years in September, and I need I'm of the podcast, and I've been podcasting since 2008. Me and Caveman started in 2008. Podcast and audio, and then I wanted. Ironic thing was, I was like, we need to get into this YouTube thing, and his words were like, nobody wants
to see my ugly face.
Exactly, yeah. And so, had we jumped on that board, we probably would. We were early adopters to the media, and we probably would have been, I don't know, somebody pretty big.
Hey,
what's the
digital?
channel?
I just shared a little video down there. It's only like a minute and a half, but this will give Ed a good idea of what my channel is.
Oh, there it is.
Ed, what's your channel called?
It's well, I guess it's digital. It's Geek Home World, just like my name on here. But it's if you need to go, you could search YouTube. It's on there, but its main site is it's youtube.com. It's at Geek Home World 4248. I don't have enough people in there. Oh, yeah. Do y'all have like links y'all could throw in the chat, and I'll go and sub all of you guys.
I'll put a link in the private chat.
YouTube. Oh, in the private chat. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I don't think anyone who's not DC or a moderator could put a link in the YouTube chat.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, this video to give you a good idea what my channel's about.
Okay. Is it playing? I'm just seeing. Okay, there
it
we
is.
go.
It's playing.
Okay.
It's just my opening screen.
Jeepers,
sorry.
What a cute doggy. Here, boy.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Wow, you're Flint from G.I. Joe. But what's wrong with petting a dog?
Well, you never know if an animal you're unfamiliar with is safe to approach.
But he's so cute and fluffy. How much harm could he do?
You don't know, and that's the point. It could have rabies or a violent temperament. Just because an animal's cute and fluffy doesn't make it safe. Take this Ewok, for example.
Gee willikers, he's so cute. Can I pet him?
Give it a try.
Come here, little Ewok. I won't hurt you. I just want to pet you.
That's what Michael Jackson said. Oh, it's Trump. No, I'm just joking.
What happened? Why am I tied up?
Well, Ewoks don't like to be touched by strangers, and they eat humans. You see, just because they're cute and fluffy doesn't mean they're safe to pet. Always be careful with strange animals, or you could wind up the main course at an Ewok banquet.
Now I know.
And knowing is half the battle.
Oh my God, I absolutely love that. Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, so that's pretty much what my channel is like.
Wow.
My channel is just people getting on and talking stuff, and
that's us.
Just like this, or we go backstage and we watch movies and anime and talk shit back there.
We also do Halloween bangers on Curtis's channel.
Yes,
where we basically will pick a Halloween movie and then we'll come out, we'll all watch it, and then we'll come on and have a discussion about it. And then we do Christmas bangers where we do the same thing but with Christmas movies.
Well, Digital Caveman will tell you that both of our channels, we rebranded them solely for the purpose of our undying love and affection for Kathleen Kennedy.
Oh shit!
And have you sought therapy?
Yes,
If
my
I could
therapist is in
re-screw this
therapy.
Screen, I'd pull your thread.
Oh, you pull my thread,
right? Hopefully, your therapist
listen
is
here,
a female
you
too.
lesbian space witch. That's not how this force works. That's not how any of this works. Did you hear?
I was saying earlier, like the only good Star Wars movie that Disney has put out was Rogue One.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
And now, Solo was okay.
Solo was okay.
Exactly. Solo was okay.
It was
but he got his
good,
name
though.
from an Imperial officer. Really?
Yeah. Well, there's some things about it I didn't like, but
it was
it's
better
watchable.
It was watchable. It was better than what happened at the movie theater.
Yeah.
And it's like The Force Awakens. It's watchable. It's not my favorite thing to watch.
Well, but the thing is, I've already seen The Force Awakens when it came out in 1977.
Yeah,
right. Well, the thing is, though, when The Force Awakens came out, it was the same pent-up energy that everybody had when the prequels came out. I was there when the prequels, me and Caveman, we all probably lived through it too. And it was different, though. The prequels were still George. And I'm a big George Lucas. He's part of our digital Holy Trinity. Caveman, do you remember the Holy Trinity?
Yes, it's the Lucas, the Spielberg, and the Roddenberry. Although I don't think Gene Roddenberry counts anymore.
Yeah, he doesn't count anymore. So I would put Nolan in there. I would probably put Nolan, or actually for me, I would put Cameron above Nolan. The only reason why, because I'm a massive Terminator fan. In fact, I was watching Dark Fate again tonight, and I know even the bad stuff, I love the bad stuff. I mean, I love Terminator.
Cameron does make a lot of great movies.
And he's
for me though, I think it would be I wouldn't even honestly, because with George, it's pretty much just Star Wars. Right? Like, I guess Willow's good too. But then you've got stuff like Howard the Duck, and it's like, oh God.
I didn't like Howard the Duck. I just didn't. And
there's nothing good about that movie.
I like if we're talking about like great directors with a lot of variety in their filmmaking.
Oh no, I won't say he's the greatest.
Definitely
director.
on that list for me. I like Nolan a lot. I think Nolan could easily make the list, but Tim Burton's in there for me.
But
Tim Burton's had way more hits than misses for me.
The reason
Beetlejuice,
Lucas,
Pee-wee's Big Adventure, Batman, Sweeney Todd, Sleepy Hollow, Big Fish is my absolute favorite from him.
Just for profit director.
Oh, don't come on, man. Duck Cities, really?
Yes.
Oh man. Please don't get me demonetized.
Yeah, get that off, man. This is
my one channel
no
member.
nipples on Digital's channel. Man.
Yeah, you could barely. It's really blurry.
I don't want to lose my one channel member.
Oh
so.
shit.
Oh man, dude. Yeah, the Howard the Duck is so. And how was that a kids movie?
I don't know.
I don't know. I loved it. I was 13, I think, when it came out.
Come on, Play Duck magazine, bestiality, like, dude. Not to mention the main villain of the film actually went to prison for child pornography.
Oh,
really?
But
the guy who played the principal in Ferris Bueller, he actually did time for that.
Oh yeah.
Isn't Spielberg fighting that stuff right now?
That wouldn't surprise me.
I hadn't heard that.
Any middle-aged white man in Hollywood is fighting that right now.
Yeah. Well, because this is the thing, right? And this is what I think about Hollywood, right? At least if you're at the very top of the food chain, like you either play ball, which means do something so they can have something on you, so you don't,
or play with balls,
or you wind up like Richard Dreyfuss, where you're fucking blackballed, and even though you're a great actor, you don't ever get to work again.
Right.
Well, I know people in the film industry, and I did a radio show when I was down in Savannah, It's also a podcast and YouTube channel. It's out there. Savannah on Film. And I interviewed probably over the course of 2 or 3 years. I already interviewed about 80 different people. But I know I'm still connected to a lot of people in the industry and a lot of the groups through Facebook and other means, social media. And there's people that have been 40 years in the business that are losing their shit. They're losing their houses. They're losing everything. I mean, people committing suicide. It's crazy. Because Hollywood's in a free fall, and unfortunately, when they went through the strikes, I'm all for them getting more, of what they deserve. It's a hard industry to be in. It really is. I was in it for about 5 years. It's not, and I didn't even have the worst of it, but so many people have just, lost everything. And when they did those strikes, I knew it was inevitable because I know, I've worked in corporate America for a big chunk of my life. K-Man knows. He did as well for a big portion of his. And it's all about the bottom line. And there's so many people. It all comes down to the bottom line. And a lot of these filmmakers, the studios, as soon as they gave concessions, nobody gives you anything in this life for free. You don't get anything for free, even if it's owed to you. You don't get it for free. There's always a way that they find that they're going to make their profit regardless. So half of the productions this year are overseas. Half of it's and I had a friend who's still in the film industry, and he was a few years back. This is before the pandemic and streaming and all that. He was working on an Ang Lee film, and I know that film, it was a good film. Did modestly at the box office, but he said 90% of what was coming in invoices were coming out of LA, but they would base themselves in the city there because they would get the Georgia tax credit, and then they get the county tax, the tax write-off. So they're going to go wherever they want to. And like them taking the business overseas, and then I know many actors that are just like, we're going to hold out for this. Well, good for you. But while you're holding out, you're going to have to go work at Walmart or someplace, supplement your income, because the film industry it's coming back, but they're even teetering on another strike, one of the other unions. And I'm like, oh my God, people. And the agreements they make are only like 3-year agreements. So, I mean, that doesn't get you too far. 3 years goes pretty quick when you're in the industry. And so it's very crazy right now. And we don't focus on. I'm big on story, and that's the thing. I mean, I love effects. I'm a sound mixer by trade, so a soundy. But people don't focus on the story. We've seen that with the decline of Marvel. We've seen it with with Star Wars and all that. And I think of the Joker from The Dark Knight, where he, when he's burning the money and he goes, it's all about sending a message. It's not about the money. It's about sending a message. Everything burns. And that's so freaking true. That is Hollywood now. And, this is something
I read an article a few years ago where they were looking into how much it would be to move the Hollywood sign to Florida because they were done with California's taxing.
Yeah, it's pretty bad out there. It is the tax, from what I hear. Among other things.
Take what's her name? The woman that was the showrunner on The Acolyte?
Leslie Headland.
Leslie Headland. Now she worked directly under fucking
Harvey Weinstein
for years.
If it were male,
got in trouble, because even if she didn't do anything, she was still complicit in all of it. She knew about all of it.
Well, it's because of the message. But the thing is, the lady that plays Vanestra on there, did you know that's her wife, the Green Jedi?
Yeah.
Did y'all know that? That's her wife, and she's getting a spinoff show. Plus, they're doing another spinoff with the two of the Jedi, Yord and whatever the girl was, the Padawan or something. I think they're getting a spinoff. And I'm like, plus, I don't have the book, but I got, you can't see, but up there, I have all of the Star Wars books. Well, not all of them. K-Man has all of them, but I have a lot of them. And one of my favorites, and I was just reading it again last night, is Darth Plagueis. That is my, that's my favorite one.
That's a good one.
And the fact that they brought Plagueis into her Leslie Hedden, her damn disrespect for what George Lucas brought forward, it just appalls me. Because I forced myself to watch the Acolyte season 1, and they gave her $180 million to do that. And yes, it looks good. You can see the money on the screen where it was spent, but it certainly wasn't spent on writers, and it certainly wasn't spent on having the right people telling the right story. And that's where I really feel like Disney, when they bought all of this stuff, and it's not just Disney, it's other companies out there. I feel like everybody is in a race to the bottom. They're in a race to destroy the entire film industry, take everything that's come before, piss all over it, poop all over it, bury the carcass, and then dig the carcass up, put it into their new films, disseminate it that way, then ruin it again, and just they're looking for the bottom line to write it all off, and then they're going to build
especially
something.
with Star Wars, because here's what I don't understand about what the rationale with them at Star Wars right now is, because you're looking at a property where 70% of the fan base are men.
Exactly.
80% of those men are white men, right? And then 99% of the merchandising is men buying it,
Yeah.
And how do they respond to that? They put one white guy in the show, and they have him commit suicide via poison in the first episode.
And he was a Jedi Master. Really? That would never happen. It would
like
never happen. Yeah.
Dumbest garbage. Like, it's like, why are you alienating your largest fan base? They did the same thing in the comic book industry, where they keep pandering, right, to a very small group of people that don't read comics.
Exactly.
Right? So you take Robin, who's been, dating like all the female Teen Titans for decades, and then you flip-flop him and make him gay.
Wait a minute, I think they did. Aren't you talking? Oh, you're talking about Nightwing community. When he was Nightwing, yeah.
And the thing is, like, you flip-flop him to appease the gay community, but then the gay community doesn't buy your comic books.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The way what it all comes back to me is, I mean, I don't care who you are, what you look like, who you sleep with. As a heterosexual dude, I'm not gonna get on my job. I wouldn't go to a job tomorrow and say, hey, here's what I did with my wife last night. Here's what we did.
I don't care
and this is who I am.
But,
and I need a parade for that. And my problem is, I don't have a problem with people and who they are and what they identify as or whatever they believe. That's between them, their God, and whatever they believe, But the thing is, it comes back to the story. I get that. I get that. Yeah.
You're alienating 80% of your audience,
right,
to appease 10% that won't read your book anyways.
Yeah.
The Force is not female. The Force doesn't have a sex and gender.
Let me tell you guys, are y'all are familiar with the YouTuber Mike Zero?
Yeah,
I know you are, Ed.
Caveman
loves him.
I worship him.
If I ever meet that son of a bitch in real life, I'm gonna whoop his ass for all the thumbnails that he puts out. Kathleen Kennedy is done. They're firing Kathleen Kennedy.
He's not the only one that does that.
You're right. He's the only one I see doing it.
Man, what is that? There's one guy in particular. I can't remember what his name is, but like every tag he's got, he puts out is like, Star Wars is dead. And I'm like, really, dude? Because they've been fucking milking that corpse for like
that's right.
For like 10 years now, man.
But for me, the whole thing comes back to story. And I know y'all can't talk about Wolverine and Deadpool and Wolverine film because K-Man hasn't seen it. I've saw it twice opening weekend.
Oh, I loved it.
I loved it. Of course, K-Man knows I'm a very big, back from my 90s comics, my X-Men, which one of the only things Marvel has done was season 1, or X-Men 97. It would be season 7 technically. That's my X-Men from the 90s, from the cartoon. I watched all of them. I own all of them. And what they did with X-Men 97 was damn near perfect. That's about textbook of how you should take a property, update it, and continue it. And I wish that Oh gosh, I saw that comment there. Oh dear. But yeah, but you know, that's the thing, is you can't take these properties that have been long established. You can't take Luke Skywalker, who at the time was what, 42 or something years in the lore there. You can't take him and make him fundamentally something he's not. I don't care how depressed Luke got, how much limp dick he got from drinking that blue milk or whatever. That doesn't matter. You know, he would not. It's not time for the Jedi to end. It never was, and that broke. Last Jedi broke the fandom's back, and Acolyte put the fandom in the grave at that point. It really has. And I love the Darth Plagueis book, and what they're planning on Darth Plagueis is they've already said that Quamir, or whatever the guy was, the guy that couldn't keep his shirt on in the show. I don't know, the Smiley Jedi. What do they call him? Smilo Ren. Yeah, Smilo Ren. He is going to be the direct. Leslie Headland's going to say, screw all the other 6 apprentices that Plagueis had, and like his main one. Well, his Jedi master was Darth Tenebrous, but there was help me out, caveman. Venomous, Darth Venomous, and he was kind of like a pretender to the throne, and then Plagueis defeated him in the book and all that. But she's going to take all that, throw that shit to the side, and pick and choose. And she's got Plagueis in there. She's going to make this Smilo Ren guy his direct and only, as far as I'm hearing right now, if she gets a season 2, which I'm afraid they will give her a season 2. But if there were anybody else, they wouldn't. And she's going to mess up the whole lore there. And I really hold that Darth Plagueis and what George Lucas wrote, the extended universe or whatever of novels and stuff, I hold that as canon, and they can decanonize it all day long. But for me, that's Star Wars. When Lucas said, see, that's the thing. When Lucas he had real writers like James Lucerno, okay, man, what are some other ones I can't think of?
Oh Lord,
Timothy Zahn, was he one?
Timothy Zahn was the one that kicked off the entire novel.
Yeah. And those are just some of the
modern novels.
And they're good writers, and they write good stories. And so that became that extended universe. We were talking about your favorite trilogy in the books there.
The Heir to the Empire trilogy.
Heir to the Empire. Yeah, it was brilliant. And they already kind of went there and raped some of that stuff and pulled it out to make Rey, you know, and she's basically Mara Jade, you know, parts of it, you know. And so I got a big problem with that. When you're pulling that, just use the actual characters, or keep your hands off of my Star Wars, you know. Don't take Luke Skywalker and make Luke Skywalker something he isn't. In the comic, they did a Star Wars comic, and you know, I'm not trying to offend anybody, but they said that Luke was like bisexual or whatever. I'm like, there was never any sex in Star Wars. People didn't care about that shit. It didn't matter. It wasn't who you are. You know, you were there for the Force, you were there for the lightsabers, you were there for the hero's journey. And they just went and bastardized the whole thing. And I've got a big problem with that, you know, because it's about
I would
the
argue
story.
that the original Star Wars was more pro-feminism than the new stuff.
That's what George said. There's a recent interview.
Leia was a genuine good hero.
That's exactly what George said.
Yeah, she was not the damsel in distress. Except for maybe at the first,
I've got nothing wrong. I've got nothing wrong with strong female characters. I'm all for diversity. I'm all for inclusion.
Well, I mean, you like Cameron, so clearly you like strong female characters.
Well, yeah, but nothing's ever going to top the first one, and nothing's ever going to top T2.
But it's not just T2. I mean, look at Aliens as well.
Well, exactly.
Like, Ripley's a fucking badass in that.
She is a badass.
She's a badass in everything she does. You're right. And that's the thing is, you can have strong female characters. You can have characters that are diverse. That's great. I want everybody's got a seat at the table. And if you don't have a seat at my table, then my table's not big enough, the way I look at it. But the thing is, it still does not take away from when it messes up the story, when it messes with pre-established lore. You just can't go in there and not expect those fans, those hardcore true fans, to not be pissed off when you go in there and you screw things up. You know, I'm surprised Princess Leia and the, you know,
well, you know, it's
Jedi, I'm surprised she wasn't a lesbian. You know, I'm surprised.
Earlier today we were talking on the last stream we were on, we were talking about the Rings of Power, right? And I'm like, look, if you want to make that show, go ahead, make it, but don't attach the Lord of the Rings title to it.
That's right. You can make it in the universe, make your own thing, use your own ideas that you don't have. That's the problem. A lot of these writers, and nothing against, I don't want to step on anybody. So if I'm offending anybody, I'm not trying to. I'm really not like that. But this
I am. I don't care who I am.
I think we're all pretty much Gen X in here. So
okay, so we don't give a fuck. Don't mess with us either. But these millennials and on that are writing this stuff, they're writing this pansy ass shit. Gosh, K-Man, I must be in rare form talking this way. You never hear me talk like this.
Yeah, you've been drinking tonight?
No, I'm out of drink, so I'm drinking unsweetened tea, so I'm pissed off.
Gross.
Well, I can't have. You don't want me the Brimley to get me and my diabetes go crazy.
Dude, put the Splenda in it.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, do you guys like wrestling?
I'm drinking right now. I'm drinking.
Do we drink breast milk? What did you say?
I said, do you guys like wrestling?
Wrestling, not
only
so much.
if I'm naked. What are you? What are you?
Are
you propositioning me?
No, do you guys watch like WWE stuff like
no. I mean, I used to watch it back in the day.
I have a friend who's trying to get me to watch AEW.
80s,
is that one of them? AEW.
AEW is like WWE's competition right now.
It's okay. Yeah, I mean, but I don't really have anybody that K-Man doesn't really watch it, so I'm not really going to watch it unless I got somebody.
I was just going to say tomorrow night's WWE SummerSlam pay-per-view, which I'm backstage and we all jump on. I was just wondering if you guys wanted to.
Yeah, we usually get together on Curtis's channel to watch Monday Night Raw, Friday Night SmackDown, and then whatever pay-per-views pop up.
Oh wow. Yeah. Hey, well, please, whenever this ends or whatever, K-Man or whatever, make sure that I've got everybody's contacts here or something, or put it in the chat or wherever.
If everybody will go to the private chat,
okay,
and just put their links in.
Okay.
Yeah, I just gave you a sub, so.
You did? Oh, well, thank you. Well, and that's one thing I wanted to thank y'all. But one of the things is I've spent so much time building up my other channel, and I'm always an audio podcaster first. I'm always going to be that at heart. So I'm learned since probably 2020, I've learned the YouTube part of it, or learning it, and the live streaming and stuff like that. So I only have now, I guess, 61 or 62 subs at this point, but I'm really trying to grow it. And Caveman, I'm so proud of him, because one day out of the blue, he shows up on a live stream. I was like, you're on a live stream? And this is, how many years ago was this?
God, that must have been 3 years ago.
I was always on him about getting on YouTube. Yeah, about 3 years ago. And then one day he's on there, and I got a little peed because I was a little pissed, because I was like, he won't come on my live stream, because he just wasn't. We weren't doing that then, but I was so proud of him, because he's put in so much hard work. I mean, you went a whole year minus 1 week without videos. I mean, you've done them every day, and you've just been grinding away at it. And the fact is, he's done so well, and he's made so many connections. And we've known each other 25 years, before the dark times, before the empire. And but it's really cool I'm growing in the space, and so I'm looking for subs, and I'm always looking to talk to people. So I'm always down for a live stream, or anybody wants to come on my live stream. You're all welcome. And I hadn't met all you guys yet, but that's cool. I don't know the point I was trying to make.
Yeah, I tried to get him to come on Kaz's show one time, but he was like watching it, and he was like, I can't come on there.
Well,
it's too chaotic. That's why.
It can be, yes.
Well, shoot. We talk about chaotic. We've been very chaotic, Caveman, on ours. We used to go 2 hours, and we did Digital Man Cave. That was the first podcast.
When we did the Digital Man Cave podcast,
we had
that we had to do it. Okay, we would do it over
Skype. We use Skype,
and everybody would record their individual audio portion on Audacity,
right?
And then we'd send the files to Ed so he could edit it all together. and I had shitty AT&T DSL internet. It would like take overnight. It was like dial up.
And I had we had a friend of ours on there because one time we had about 5 different people. So they'd send all their audio to me and it would take me forever to put it all together. And I'd go and I'd spend like a whole day and mixing it.
And we're talking about 2 hours at a minimum.
And we had one of
those shows ran anywhere from 2 to like 4 to 5 hours sometimes.
Yeah. And we M3, is that actually M3 down there? You know, he looks like, I was thinking that was the Vanilla Ice for a minute, but you know, like
no. M3
he's got the beard. You see Vanilla Ice? He had the beard.
Yes.
He's probably gonna kick my butt. I'm sorry.
Hey, M3, you got the Ice baby going, man?
He's got the rock version.
Are you rolling in your 5.0 with your rag top down so your hair can flow?
No, I was gonna say
word to your mother. Word to your mother.
M3 has that nice Klingon beard going on.
It's it's not the same. It's ding 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 ding. It's that little ding. That's the
yeah.
Oh man, that was the funniest fucking interview ever.
Suge Knight is gonna come hold you over the balcony.
No, look, man. Theirs goes dum 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 da da dum dum. See, and mine's goes dum 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 da da dum dum. See, it's totally different, yo.
It's that little team.
Word to your mother.
Yeah.
Oh man, dude. Vanilla Ice is an embarrassment, man.
Remember when he did the Ninja Turtles soundtrack?
Oh my god, dude. How awful.
Go Ninja, go. Man, he was so creative to come up with that line.
I mean, look, but MC Hammer was like just as bad with his Addams Family rap.
Oh god, yeah.
Too legit.
Too legit.
This shit.
Too legit.
Well, that fucking, what was it? They kick and they slap a friend. Like, what kind of fucking line is that, dude? Like, because he did the MC Hammer did the Addams Family rap for the second movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
sure did.
God, it was terrible.
Do y'all remember Bobby? Do y'all remember Bobby Brown?
Yeah, that was the same time he was actually parachuting into Taco Bell commercials in his pants. Y'all remember those commercials?
Yes.
Around the same time.
I remember when I was when that came out, my cousin bought those fucking pants. They were like shiny gold fucking pants, and he was wearing them around the neighborhood thinking he looked cool until everybody made fun of him for it.
So I got to ask you, Prophet Director, is there a reason you're not on camera? I heard you saying earlier that they wanted to
all right,
you
well,
on camera.
My whole shtick is I'm an action figure.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Is that what she said, or is that what you said?
No. That's my shtick. Like, because when I do my reviews on my channel, they're all in stop motion. So I'm on camera as what you see here, the Prophet Director action figure.
You need to animate yourself. It'd be cool if you could have like, as you're like.
Well, it's hard to stop motion animate something live.
Mm. Well, you could get some like just put the figure in some emotive poses and just switch them up some.
Oh, DC, if you want, I could give him a good example of actually me on screen. That's my
is this something that's age appropriate?
Dr. Teeth and the Electric Mayhem review. If you want to like put on a little bit of this. And all the voice work in here is me. Every Muppet you hear is me.
And it's your voice work is superb.
Welcome, one and all, to the Muppet Show. We've got a great show for you tonight. Miss Piggy is here, the Swedish Chef, Beaker and Bunsen, Dr. Teeth and the Electric Mayhem, and our special guest, the Prophet Director, Destro.
I have already told you, Kermit, I am not here as your special guest. I am just here to pick up the Electric Mayhem for their
Is that Lex Luthor?
He's such a kidder.
No, that's the Prophet Director Destro from G.I. Joe.
And our good friend Destro will be here with us all night. Hey, Ralph, why don't you play our first act, Fozzie Bear, out? Hey, wait for me, Mr. Destro. Hiya, folks. I'm Fozzie Bear. Waka waka. Why don't we start with a joke? Hey, Ralph, do you know what they call a deer with no eyes?
No idea, Fozzie.
Oh, heard that one, huh? Oh, I know. What do you call a deer with no eyes and no legs?
Still no idea, Fozzie.
Oh, you've heard that one too, huh? Okay, how about this one? What do you call a deer with no eyes, no legs, and no penis?
Still no fucking idea.
Oh, man, it's like you've heard my whole act. Oh, I know. What do you call a dog with short legs and steel testicles? Huh? Sparky. Get it?
As a dog, I have to say, that's just offensive.
Wow, tough crowd.
I love a good stand-up comic. Do me a favor and wake me up if one shows up.
This is
I am
great.
Miss Piggy, and I am here today to interview the very handsome and very, very rich Prophet Director Destro. I don't really know how rich he is, but his head is made of gold, so he must be loaded. And ever since the frog got a restraining order on me, I've been very, very lonely. A lady has needs, you know. So I am using this interview as an excuse to seduce him. Oh, here he comes. Welcome, Mr. Prophet Director. Are you ready for your interview?
Why are we doing the interview here? You do not even have chairs.
We don't need chairs. Just come sit next to me on the bed.
No, that is not going to happen. I cannot believe that you would lure me to your dressing room. This whole rapey vibe of yours is why Disney Plus has to put a warning on your show.
This over to look at, he's gonna get the hot tooth from Piggy.
You damn Muppets are insane.
I never met a pig that didn't look good on a plate.
Point where I have to call the authorities.
Hello, I am
This
Dr.
is great.
Bunsen Burner, and this is my assistant, Beaker. And we are joined by our
He's singing
guest, Dr. Barron
Vanilla
of the
Ice
Cobra
Greatest Hits right
Security
now.
Corporation. Today, we will be conducting an experiment to see if we can turn my assistant Beaker into an onion. I have already assembled most of the chemical components necessary, and all that is left to do is add this and... There. Normally, we would have to wait 12 hours for our chemical compound to coagulate. However, I prepared a batch earlier so we can proceed immediately. Now all that is left is to inject it into my assistant. Are you ready to be an onion, Beaker? Don't be frightened, Beaker. I am certain that I will be able to reverse the effects. Eventually.
Look at Beaker.
And
Poor
there
Beaker.
you have it. My assistant Beaker is now an onion. You seem concerned for Beaker's well-being, Dr. Baroness. Don't worry. I assure you, he will be just fine. We will just have to find a use for him until I can change him back.
Oh no!
Dr. Teeth in the Electric Mayhem.
The movie that they did on Disney Plus is really good.
Finally, we can leave this insanity behind. Baroness, teleport them directly to the vault. I want to get this over with as soon as possible. I am not sure how much more Muppet nonsense I can handle.
Right, and then we just get into a regular action figure review.
That is freaking next level, dude. I love it.
Yeah, that nobody else, like I've never seen anyone else do action figure reviews the way I do them.
Excuse me, I need to call Kathleen real quick and tell her I got some copyright infringement going on. She's gonna put a what is it? Put a woman in it and say it.
Make it gay.
Yeah, put a woman in it, make her gay and lame.
Yeah.
Right, but yeah, all the voice work is me, all the editing is me, all the animating is me.
Yes, it's very, very good. And like I said, the voice acting is spot on, man.
Yeah, very good. And can we say it? Miss Piggy is a hottie. She is. She's got it going on.
Right, and I have to say, hers was
I'd
the
put her in
voice
my
I was
pen
the
any
most
day and fry
nervous
her.
about doing. Hers was the voice I was
like
the most
Howard.
worried about getting right, because it's like, can I even get my voice to go that high?
If I kick you in the balls, you probably could.
Well, you'd have to have a pretty small foot. I'm 6 inches tall, and my balls are plastic.
Well, that's what I was gonna. Oh, man, you beat me to the punch. I was gonna make fun of your plastic balls.
Hey, Ed, he also does like custom figures and stuff too.
I bet she does. Anatomically correct.
Always.
Always. Oh dear.
That's something they were talking about earlier before you I think you joined on Kaz's channel, Prophet, was something M3 showed them little 1/12
Oh yeah,
scale,
M3 has an
adult
anatomically correct silicone.
They were like,
"Where's
made
this
for
right
toys."
now?" I'm sure he'd come on and happily show it to us.
They were like, where did he even get that from? I said, oh, I've seen that on AliExpress all the time. You just, you're shopping, you see that little thumbnail and you're like, what the hell is that? And you click on it, and then all of a sudden your whole AliExpress feed is full of adult toys, whether they're 1/12 scale or not.
Right?
I'm like, good God.
Hilarious.
Hey, did y'all see? I don't know if tell me if it's true or not. I hadn't verified it, but I thought I saw a trailer for season 2 of Obi-Wan. Is that true? Did that come out of?
I have not seen anything that
I haven't
leads
seen
me
the trailer
to
for
believe.
that.
Okay, well maybe I was duped
there's
then.
gonna
I
be a
don't know.
Season 2 of that.
But
I mean, you know what? That's something that I hate about YouTube is all the fucking fan-made trailers.
yeah,
It's like, come on, man. Don't type official trailer in your fucking title if it's a fan-made bullshit.
I'm a big pet peeve of that. I agree with you totally on that because there's so many I've watched and they're like, and I'm smart enough to know what trailers are coming. Generally, what's down the pipe, and I won't even click on them anymore. But some of them, where I was like, well, maybe I missed something. But in this one, it caught me off guard, and it looked official, and then it did have some filler footage in it. So I probably should have put those two together, but I wasn't sure. So,
Yeah, at this point, I recognize them pretty quick too, and I just block the channel. I'm like, nope, don't ever want to see this channel again.
Yeah, if you clickbait me into something, I'm gonna unsubscribe.
I hate that shit.
I do like the fan-made movies though.
Oh, there's a lot.
That's a different animal altogether, though.
And a fucking fake trailer that says it's an official
I know that.
trailer.
I'm just saying, I do like the fan films though.
I like the one, and
fan films out there.
The animated one of Hulk versus Superman, and then there's a channel I stumbled across, and I didn't save it, but like somebody, I don't know what channel it was, but a Frozen Empire. I've seen that Ghostbusters was a fake trailer. Yeah, that's something else. We need to let Ghostbusters die, or at least keep the original cast out of the next one, please.
Right.
I think they're working
honestly, when I first saw the Ghostbusters Frozen Empire, I thought that it was going to be a ghost of Queen Elsa as the villain.
Let it go. Let it go.
Right.
You want to build a
Bill Murray,
snowman?
just stay at home. You're too old for this show.
Yeah, well, the thing, the last one was okay, but it had like 11 cast members or something. Everybody was a Ghostbuster. You're a Ghostbuster. You're a Ghostbuster. You're a Ghostbuster. I'm like, really?
I mean, Bill Murray in particular, like, I don't mind Dan Aykroyd because he still cares.
Yeah.
But Bill Murray, like, he looked like he shot that thing on his couch.
He kind of did, and it was okay. And, we had the young budding relationship because we have to do that, right? To show diversity. And I'm like,
this
yeah. I kind of wish that Afterlife had just kind of been the end of it, because I think that was the perfect love letter.
It
really was
the original.
It was done with such love and respect. Yeah.
And my biggest problem with Frozen Empire was Egon's granddaughter. Here we have the smartest fucking character in the movie, and she makes the dumbest fucking mistake.
Yeah.
She's still a kid though. That's why.
I'm sorry. That was a stupid fucking mistake.
I don't hate Frozen Empire.
I don't either.
My favorite. I like it better.
I just hated that one scene.
Yeah. I thought the special effects were done really well. I thought that it was done, and I really loved the movie poster that came out for it. I thought it was just really good as a budding graphic designer myself. I really appreciated that. I think they did a really good job with that. And but I agree with you. I get the titles mixed up. Well, Afterlife was the perfect send off, and they should have not had this. Afterlife should have just been completely the new crew. Just focus on them. And Paul Rudd is great in that little dynamic. He's Paul Rudd, and so but going forward, we don't need the old cast
well,
members.
If you look at the movie, it was actually just the new crew. It's just that something came across Dan Aykroyd's, and they had to get everybody involved.
Yeah, and
you know,
so that was forward, like not a complete.
Well, literally, as I've gotten older, you know, there was a time when Bill Murray was the funniest guy out there. He was one of the funniest. And as you get through these movies, his humor doesn't land. Like when he comes in and he goes there and he just shows up in Afterlife and he gets the bottle and anybody want a drink? And it's just, you know, you got to play to the room there. And the room was, none of them were like that.
You know, it's like Prophet was saying earlier. It's like he phoned it in, and you know, he kind of did that.
I didn't feel like he was present in the film at all.
He didn't really want to be in it. He didn't want to be in the first one, really.
Right now, Aykroyd, I didn't mind because his role fit into the film, right? His occult store and stuff, it like made perfect sense for the movie. But Murray, it's like, dude, what are you even doing here, man? Like, you clearly don't care anymore.
Yeah.
You know, and your role is completely meaningless to the rest of the film.
You know what, Prophet? He was there for the profit. He was there for the paycheck, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, if you guys even go back, I don't know how much video games and stuff y'all play, but if you go back to that Xbox 360 Ghostbusters game, like all the dialogue played by the original actors in is really good, except for Bill Murray's.
Right. It's all ad-libbed, most of his stuff.
But
and early on that worked in his career. It doesn't work so much. Oh, by the way, I see a Lone Dragon saying, so how about the new Naked Gun with Liam Neeson and Pamela Anderson?
How about
I understand Stingray from Cobra is playing Ed. Well, here's the deal. You can never top Leslie Nielsen in Naked Gun, and don't even try. You know, I like Liam Neeson, you know, but he doesn't have the comic genius that Leslie Nielsen had, and no one can ever top that. That's something that just needs to be dead because you can't replicate it.
Like I said on the earlier show, when Leslie Nielsen died, the spoof movie genre should have died with him. Because
all right, here's a little trivia question for everyone. Let's see who gets this.
I was going to do one.
What was Liam Neeson's first theatrical release movie?
Give me a hint.
Darkman.
It's not Forbidden Planet. I know that.
It was before Darkman.
Okay, I don't know what it is.
I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint.
Forbidden Planet.
It was also one of Patrick Stewart's first movies.
Dune? No, not Dune. Excuse me.
What? Say that again.
It was also one of Patrick Stewart's first movies.
Did Long Dragon get it?
What's up, Lone?
Yep, Lone Dragon got it. Excalibur.
Really?
I should know that because I love that movie.
I did too.
Yeah, Liam Neeson's the one who challenges Lancelot, who accuses Guinevere.
Oh,
Liam Neeson. Okay, my bad. Yeah. Here's one for you.
Welcome, Pop.
Who is it going to be the original Axel Foley in Beverly Hills Cop?
Oh God, I heard this. Was it? No, it wasn't.
I found out a few days ago. It was on an interview.
It wasn't Stallone, was it? No.
Whoa,
yes, it was. It was Stallone.
Okay, it was Stallone. Yeah, I did
know that. How did you know that?
And by the way, I enjoyed Axel F. Did you watch Axel F?
Yeah.
Yeah, we actually all watched it together on Curtis's backstage stream.
Yeah, we did.
And I saw an interview where Eddie Murphy said that that he retired his laugh years ago because it felt like it didn't feel like it was authentically him anymore. Yeah, and so you know,
he said somebody asked him if it was computer generated.
Yeah, like no. But oh man, yeah, the
Kurt's background's dope.
I think. I thought I heard, and I could be wrong about this. I heard this is true, and then Cameron said it wasn't. That O.J. Simpson, you know, obviously he was in the third Naked Gun, which is weird to try to watch that and see him as funny anymore. But he was originally supposed to be, or they wanted to model the character after him to be the Terminator instead of Schwarzenegger. Thank God that didn't happen. You know, things happened exactly they needed to with Terminator.
Only in our universe.
Yeah,
that's true. Only in our universe.
All right. Do you remember in Last Action Hero when they go into the video store and it's
I enjoyed that.
Stallone as the Terminator?
Oh, you remember? And I hate to say this word in front of y'all, but Captain Marvel, when they did that, remember they went in there and was it Stallone or whatever was the Terminator or something like that in the video store? That one little thing where she crashed into the video store and it was
Stallone in Last Action Hero. In Marvel, it was meant to be our real world 90s.
Oh yeah.
I never saw that. I never saw that clip.
Yeah, it's in Captain Marvel where she crashes into the video store and then Nick Fury comes up. Yeah.
But Sylvester Stallone?
Yeah, I can illustrate Stallone, I can illustrate the mindset of the entire movie for Captain Marvel with one scene. A guy on a motorbike pulls up and he says, "Hey, you're a pretty girl, why don't you smile?" And because he said that, like, she shot him down and he gave up, but because of that, she stole his fucking clothes and his bike.
Yeah,
which is ripping off Terminator 2. Yeah,
like that's supposed to be the justification because he asked her to smile. That gives her the right, and that's your hero.
Yeah, exactly.
What movie?
He's talking about Captain Marvel. Yeah,
I never watched Captain Marvel.
Don't. It's not good.
M3. Something came up earlier, and I have to ask you a question. Are you a Vanilla Ice fan?
I like Ice Ice Baby. Stop.
Word to your mother.
Ice back with a brand new edition. Yeah, I can keep going, but
okay.
I have to think.
No. See, I knew it. I knew it.
You kind of look like Vanilla Ice, and I was like,
from his hard rocking kind of days. I meant that, respectfully. I don't know you, but yeah. I mean, you can't.
Have you seen my penis? Have you seen it?
Well, I see a
no, we still haven't.
You don't have one.
It's gone.
Either you don't have one, or you're planning to chop it off.
As a Vanilla Ice fan in California, I choose to probably go to the.
So you identify as Vanilla Ice fan from California? Were you out back shooting your Kid Rock? I want to ask you this: were you out shooting your Bud Light cans?
No, when that occurred, guess who the first motherfucker that sent me a fucking hey, when I woke up the day Dylan Mulvaney came alive was Sam Newsman. No, Sam Newsman. Sam Newsman was like,
Newsman did.
Check this out. And I was like, what the fuck, man? Don't fuck with my beer. This is my beer. Let's see how this goes. It goes for 6 months. Oh, my mom has a bar up in Placerville, and her and her boyfriend. And she called me. She's like, "Marky, what do you think about the beer?" And I was like, "I don't give a fuck. I got a 24-ounce beer Bud Light can on my fucking side tattooed right here. I'm not gonna let some little boy tell me I'm not gonna drink my Bud Light. It's my Bud Light."
Yeah, just don't wear any crop tops, or you're gonna get hit on by a lot of men.
Do your thing. Do your thing for your second.
Especially in California.
But Dylan Mulvaney, have you seen the recent? Dylan's all in a cowboy hat with cowboy pants. He's like doing the fucking ding a ding a ding a fucking shit.
Yeah, Dylan Mulvaney is nothing but a caricature.
Yeah, he's got a beard. He's got the fucking everything right here. It's dope.
Hey, here's an interesting movie trivia for you. What was Ben Affleck's first theatrical movie?
I feel like I know this.
Was it Mallrats?
It was not.
Obviously, it's not Good Will Hunting. Obviously,
no, way before that.
Dazed and Confused.
Nope, before that.
Was it? Oh no, this was later.
Dazed and Confused.
He was with what was the one they did with George Carlin? Was the Pope? Alanis Morissette was God.
I'll give you a hint. It's not a Kevin Smith movie.
It's not that one. You know the one I'm talking about.
It predates Kevin Smith.
Dogma. I know it wasn't Dogma because that came after Good Will Hunting. I don't know.
No, it predates Kevin Smith altogether.
Damn. I don't know if my brain can go back that far. I just realized the 80s was 40 years ago.
Was he like a little kid or something?
No, he played a high school basketball player.
I haven't seen it then. I don't think.
Can you give us another clue?
Sure. The main villain in the movie was played by Rutger Hauer.
Oh, gosh. We're in the 80s. Obviously because of his age as well.
Now you say Rutger Hauer, and I immediately think Wanted Dead or Alive.
Oh, Rutger Hauer is the hitchhiker.
That's it.
Nope.
Oh God, yeah.
Nope.
That was the HBO series, man. I love that.
It
That
was
so great
Buffy
back in
the Vampire Slayer.
Really?
Holy
Wow.
shit!
No,
He was one of the basketball players that got turned into a vampire
in the movie. In the movie, right?
In the movie one, yeah, not the TV show, the movie.
And you can have a $25 Amazon card for your win. No,
dude,
that's interesting. I didn't know that.
No, man,
I didn't really watch Buffy.
You said Rutger Hauer, and I thought I always the first thing I always think when somebody says Rutger Hauer is Wanted Dead or Alive.
Wasn't any in one of those movies?
And the thing I remember about it most was like at the end of it, he catches the guy and he's got a grenade in his mouth.
Yeah.
And they were like, well, you brought him in alive, you get a bonus. And then he pulls the pin out of the grenade and walks off. He's like, fuck the bonus.
Yeah.
And then that makes me think about Runaway with Tom Selleck.
Oh my God.
With Gene Simmons and the little spider droids that spit acid.
Oh, that movie was awful.
It's so campy. I like it.
That's some good 80s cheese right there.
That was some good 80s cheese.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
No, look.
Rutger Hauer was
there's a guy who comes on Casual's channel named he goes by Daredevil. And he loves all the like really bad 80s movies. He loves Howard the Duck.
No, I don't love Howard.
He loves Masters of the Universe with Dolph Lundgren.
Oh, come on, man. That's some good cheese right there.
That's some smelly cheese, man. That's some really smelly cheese.
Well, you know, some people
come on, man. Gwildor, really?
I didn't say it was the best made movie ever.
Hey, look, I like some really bad 80s movies.
It's a fun movie.
Right? Like, you guys remember Beastmaster?
Oh, hell yeah. I love Beastmaster.
Beastmaster kind of fucked me up as a kid, right? Because that one scene where the camera's slowly panning up the sexy girl bodies, and then the top is these shriveled old wrinkled witch heads. I'm like, oh my God, what happened? I had nightmares about those bitches for years.
What Rutger Hauer, I remember there was a movie like Road Warrior or something like that. It was an 80s film easily. And he was something like something on a highway, and there was like the Mad Max kind of cars or something. It was something like Dragon Slayer or something. That's not the name of it, but it was one of those like death metal kind of names from like the 80s. You know what I mean? Kind of, I don't remember what it was called, but he was like, had a big gun, you know, that was the thing back then, the leather jacket and all that stuff. And I don't know. It was,
Dragon Slayer was a great movie too, man. That was like kind of interesting to see like the main hero of that movie went on to be the fucking guy in Ghostbusters 2 who was like, why am I drippings with goo?
Oh, who remembers Bobby Brown did a song for that film? I was like, oh my God, how cheesy was that?
Oh my God, yeah.
Cheesy songs.
I blame Bobby Brown for Whitney Houston's death.
He got hooked on the
actually
track.
you need to blame. It's going to come out that Clive Davis was behind all that shit. There's some sneaky
Dragon Slayer, man. I remember Dragon Slayer, and after I saw the movie, I read I had the Marvel Comics adaptation for it, but it was like the digest version.
You know, the thing that sticks out to Dragon Slayer for me is that Stan Winston went ahead and did stop motion better than any Ray Harryhausen stop motion. The dragon in Dragon Slayer looked so good. And I love Ray Harryhausen. I love his movies. But the stop motion is choppy by comparison to what they did in Dragon Slayer.
I think in Dragon Slayer, they kind of, because it came out after Empire, right?
Yes.
And in Empire, they use that new thing in stop motion where as they were taking the picture,
also Stan Winston, by the way,
the animatronic, or the puppet they were using, it moved at the same time.
But even then, they hadn't perfected it yet because the AT-ATs look really, really smooth, right?
Yeah, and
but
the Tauntauns
still looked a little choppy.
But I was just comparing that for the technique.
Yeah. Well, I feel like he perfected the technique. Well, he like figured out the technique on Empire Strikes Back and then perfected it on Dragon Slayer.
Right. And then
when you get to Return of the Jedi and you've got the Renko monster, now that animation is very smooth.
Hey, by the way, guys, make sure y'all drop your links in the private chat so I can sub to your channels. I put mine in there.
I'm gonna say don't worry about subbing to my channel because I'm starting a new one soon. The channel that all my videos are currently on was associated with my old job.
Oh, it's a strip club?
No. It was a toy store.
Oh.
So I'm starting a new channel that's not associated, and I'm gonna basically take all the important bits from my old videos and do a previously on the Prophet Director.
You weren't the creepy old man in the toy store that nobody visits on the corner, right?
No, I was not.
Get in my white van by the river.
I was the guy in the back packing orders for online orders.
I bet you were packing. Never mind.
Oh,
sorry. It's unsweet tea.
He's in the Chicago area, so he might be packing something different than what you're thinking.
He's probably outside my window. In Star Wars Squawk Box, he had to go in.
He's head of Mars Industry.
Right. No, I'm on Cobra Island, man.
Have any of y'all, I don't know if y'all talked about it, were y'all talking about, did any of y'all go to Joe Fest or anything like that, or any cons?
No, I can't go to those things.
Oh, you're banned because of the police, or?
No.
I don't know. I'm just fucking with you. Oh.
It's a long walk for me.
Hey, I'll be back in a minute, guys.
That's what she.
Yeah, I don't know. My Wi-Fi is being
whamtastic. It's being
no. What she said is, "You'll be done in a minute."
She did it in a minute. Oh. So, what did I miss before I came on the stream?
Not a whole lot.
Oh, okay. What was, and you said says after party, so you were
this is
on another stream or something?
Yeah, we were on another stream.
Oh.
Before this, the one I tried to get you on before, and you were like, "No,
I'll go on there, but I just don't want to, people some things I say people might not like, and people might get offended and get
on over there. It don't matter.
Oh, they might come after me. I don't want that either.
Oh, they do get offended if there's something like you say they don't like though.
So if I don't glorify Trump, no. I don't know. I don't know anybody, so I'm just playing.
Most of us glorify Trump, I guess, kind of.
Well, no one's perfect, but I'm kind of in the middle, so I listen to both sides. I'll listen to a Rogan. I'll listen to anybody who's got sense. I'll listen to Bill Maher. I'll listen to what's the guy that does the Valuetainment? Paul Bet David or something is his name. He's kind of interesting and all, but he has one guy on there and they're almost stereotypical. There's all that one guy that's always, you have the one older guy that seems sensible. Then you have the one guy that's like, he looks like he's in the mob or something. He's just like, he's all hardcore conspiracy. And I was like, okay, dial it back a little bit. And so they kind of, it's interesting, I like listening to all different sides of things. Like I said, that's
one way to learn and get an idea to look things up and actually,
when people talk about, like if people are saying, oh, you have to ignore the people that, because everybody's in a camp, the left-wing people, or you have to ignore the Trumpster people. That's like 50 million Americans. You can't ignore them. They're part of this country. Everybody's got a say in everything. And, we got to find a way that we can just like talk and disagree and not, beat each other's throats. I mean, I don't have time for that shit. I don't care about it anymore. I don't care about people fighting.
You should see some of our backstages. We can get into it, but then like as soon as we're done with it, we're all cool,
Yeah, I mean that's how politics. When I grew up, that's how politics was. I mean, like when you had like, what was it? I'm trying to think.
Look, man, in the 80s and the 90s, you had a lot of reaching across the aisle.
And you had reaching under the desk. But anyway, that's something else.
That wasn't reaching.
That wasn't reaching.
That was the whole person.
Yeah, that was the whole person.
The original hot.
But the thing is, like, it's like I'm trying to think. Like Newt Gingrich and Clinton would go at it, and then they'd go for beers afterwards. I'm like, that's cool. Why can't we get back?
No, in Clinton, it was probably cheeseburgers at McDonald's.
It probably was cheeseburgers. He was not afraid of a cheeseburger.
But yeah, you don't get that now. Everybody is so polarized.
I know everybody's got to be. They start angry and they're just looking for a fight. And it's like, and I don't want to make fun of channels. I listen to, and Caveman knows this. I don't always agree with them, but I'll listen to them. But this kind of ties into everything we've been talking about of fandom and Star Wars and Star Trek. Like I'll listen to Geek Homeworld and Nerdrotic is really good, but they're all kind of in that group. I'll listen to them. I listen to Star Wars Theory. If I want my Star Wars, I go to Star Wars
Theory. I like Star Wars Theory
because he's very fair and he is a lifelong fan. He's got true love in his heart for what George created, and I respect that. So he's the one I go to first. But the thing is,
Nerdrotic, that's the one who keeps saying Star Wars is dead in all his video titles.
Yeah, but he does great montages and stuff, and he has really thought out, and I like his thought pattern. He's true to what he believes, and I appreciate that. But the thing is, when you get like some of the geeks and gamers people on there, and you go to their channel, anything like Brie Larson now is hate. They start out with hate. That's their brand. It's for the clicks, and I don't like that. And you got to watch. You got to guard your own fandom, your own sense of what is actually truth, because we're in a 24/7 news cycle that everything is instantaneous. And if you listen, you got to listen to who you listen to, because they do affect how you think of things. And there are times I would get real negative about like the film industry and stuff like that. And I'm like, I don't start with, you want Marvel to fail. You want this, if you don't like something, don't watch it. But they say,
exactly.
We're out there, and it's our
dollar. I always say vote with your dollar.
But exactly. But their thing is, their brand is just hate. What the hell is that? A bunch of monkeys and a bunch of monkeys.
Because Brie Larson she's in one of my one of my top 5 favorite movies of all time. Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
I freaking love that. Okay, nobody gets it. I love that movie.
Yeah, me too. I love that. That's a great movie, man.
Yeah, it's in my top 5 favorite movies of all time, and it's my favorite comic book ever made.
Well, Caveman knows this about me. I have a very vast knowledge of like music. 80s is my thing, but I love all types. So I used to speak to people in lyrics, song lyrics, and movie quotes. And I used to, when I worked at Walmart, when we got the VHS tapes in and DVDs, we had a rack out there, remember, in the center aisle?
Yeah.
K-Man remembers this. And so when I had my employees working with me, we had to put up, you'd get cases and cases of movies, and we'd have to switch them out and all that and put the new ones up. And so I made a little game where, to make it exciting, we could only talk in movie titles. So, and there were the movie titles that were there. So, and I was like, well, what did you do Friday? Like the movie Friday. And he goes, well, I was hanging with my boys in the hood, and stuff like that, Yeah. And so, but that's the thing is, like, when you get the channels that just start with the hate and that's their brand, that's where you lose me, But if you can go in there and you can constructively say, well, Marvel's screwed up this storyline, or they're doing this just to check boxes for, DEI or whatever, then, you lose me. The thing is, just give me the facts. I miss objective reporting. Like when you watch the news, if you ever watch the news, it's a long commercial, supplemented by pharmaceutical companies and lawyers, depending which time of the day you're watching. But you get opinionated news. That's what we have, is everything is opinion news. There's hardly facts on anything. And, it's like
nothing's unbiased anymore.
Nothing is unbiased, and, but that's why I like channels like Star Wars Theory, because I go there, I know I'm going to get his honest and true feeling, and he has respect for people that like the prequels, that like the Star Wars trilogy of films.
Yeah, he doesn't react to the news right away. It'll be like a day or so later.
Right, he'll think about it. And you know, he's taken a lot of heat. I mean, his Vader film, I actually sent
so good.
Yeah, I sent in an audition to be like in one of those, and I didn't make the cut, but you know, that would have been cool. That would have been cool to be part of that.
There's something I wanted to, since because you were talking about how like you would talk to each other with movie quotes.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So I'm in the process of writing a party game. You know, it'll be like cards, you know, and you know, kind of like Trivial Pursuit sort of deal.
Let's play it.
But the movie's gonna be the game's gonna be called Who Said That? Right?
Okay.
Now I'll give you an example question because I have the page up right here that I did it all on. Hang on one second. All right, so here's an example question. Of course, you forget, Peter. I was present at an undersea unexplained mass sponge migration. Right? So that's a quote from a movie. So now if you know what movie it was, that's a point. If you know what character said it, that's a point. If you know what actor played the character, that's a point. If you know what year it came out, that's a point. And if you know who directed it, that's a point. And if you get all 5 points, you get a bonus question. So do any of you know what that quote's from?
Ghostbusters.
All right, Curtis, you've got Ghostbusters. What character said it?
Ray.
That's 2. All right. And you obviously know what actor played Ray.
Dan Aykroyd.
All right. And who directed it?
I know.
Go for
well,
it.
Don't say it yet. Don't say it yet, because that's the fun part of this.
Egon.
That is incorrect. Do you know what year it came out?
84.
All right. So Curtis got 4 points, but he didn't get the director. So now someone else could steal that last point.
I'm too tired. I can't think.
All right, Ed. Who directed it?
Ivan Reitman.
There you go.
Reitman. Yeah,
now, had Curtis gotten them all, he would have got the bonus question, which would have been which 2 stars of Ghostbusters helped co-write the movie?
Which 2?
Dan Aykroyd and shit, the dude that played Egon. I can't think of his damn name.
Yeah, Harold Ramis. You got it.
There we go.
But that's basically how the game would work.
That's cool.
Right? So let's see. I'll give you guys another one. Let me get to a different movie because I've got all the Ghostbusters questions right.
He did this with music too. And the music one's really fun. For movies. Ghostbusters.
Sorry, I got to get past the Ghostbusters question.
Okay, here you go. You can't be singing Ghostbusters on here. I cannot afford to pay the royalties to Huey Lewis.
All right, so here you go.
That's the power of love.
Here you go. Here's the quote. My calculations are correct. When this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're going to see some serious
Back
shit.
to the Future. Doc
all right,
Brown,
so you got the movie.
Lloyd.
What's the character?
Doc Brown.
Doc Brown, actor.
Christopher Lloyd.
Director.
Bob Zemeckis.
Yeah. I mean, this one should be easy because it's a story point.
Did you say year?
Yes. What year did it come out?
85, yeah.
All right. Curtis should have waited until you missed it.
I'm sorry.
So
But
85. So you would have got all 5 points for that one. And then your bonus question would have been, what actor was originally cast as Marty McFly?
Oh, shit.
Ooh.
Eric Stoltz.
There you go. See, you would have got 7 points for that one.
You suck.
Yeah. Well, I thought you said yeah. I didn't know you said year. And then after you said year.
All right, so I'll give you guys one more.
Let M3 answer this one.
M3
Let's get something straight. Here you go. This will be the last one. This is a little bit harder.
That's what
Let's
she
get
said.
something straight, John. This is not a weekend excursion. This is a serious investigation of the stability of the island. Your investors, whom I represent, are deeply concerned. 48 hours from now, if they're not convinced, I'm not convinced. I'll shut you down, John. All right, Ed, you got your hand up?
Yes, sir. Jurassic Park.
That is correct. Character?
Shit. Oh gosh, it's not.
I'm stumping on this on his name too.
Is it? I don't know the character. I could see the white dude, the white pencil pusher dude.
The lawyer.
It is the lawyer.
I do not know who the hell it is.
The one that said.
All right, and you don't know the actor either, I assume?
If you give me a hint, I might get. I don't know if you give hints. I might.
Honestly, I don't know any other movies this guy's been in, so I wouldn't be able to hint on that.
Yeah, maybe that's why I don't know him.
But you know who directed it for sure?
Yeah, Spielberg.
Exactly. And you know what year it came out?
93.
There you go. So you've got 3 out of the 5 points. Can anyone steal the other 2, the actor and the character?
Lawyer who got ate by a dinosaur.
Yeah,
Donald Gennaro.
On the toilet.
Gennaro, I would have accepted Gennaro.
Okay.
And Martin Ferrero played him. But had you got those, the question would have been, the bonus question would have been, what was John Hammond's response to this quote? In 48 hours, I'll be accepting your apology. Oh no, that would have been the answer.
Yeah.
Right, to the quote that was the question.
Oh. Yeah. I love that quote. I don't know if y'all seen the meme they made out of that with Jeff Goldblum's character, and where they talked about Disney Star Wars and they showed the pile of shit from Jurassic Park, and he's like, just because it's like, what's the quote where just because we can do a thing doesn't necessarily mean we need to. It's, you know, the quote I'm getting at. I'm not saying
my favorite quote on that is, you are going to wash your hands after that, right?
Yeah.
No, but hey, this is the last one. Last one, guys. Sheldon can do your income taxes. If you need a root canal, Sheldon's your guy. But bumping and humping, it's not Sheldon's strong suit. It's in the name. Do it to me, Sheldon. You're an animal, Sheldon. Ride me, big Sheldon. It doesn't work.
That's not a TV show?
That's a movie.
I have no idea what that one is.
Yeah.
The greatest rom-com of all time.
He's going to tell us what it is, and we're all going to feel like a bunch of dumbasses.
Yeah.
It's When Harry Met Sally.
Oh,
that's.
I only know that one quote, or that one scene.
I got you. Yeah. But yeah, what do you think, Ed? Do you think that's like a good idea for a party game?
It hasn't. It sounds great. Yeah, I would enjoy it. Has that not already been done in some fashion?
I've never seen it done.
Is that like
Trivia Pursuit movies?
Or what was the video game I used to love? You Don't Know Jack. Y'all remember that? It kind of reminds me of that a little bit. I loved
that.
Yeah, and you would hit this button and it.
Well, I mean, it's good. It's a trivia game.
Yeah, right. Well, but this one, it's all movie quotes basically.
Oh yeah, I would love that. That would be something I would purchase. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, because we used to play the Trivial Pursuit movie edition, and they would always make me go last because once my turn started, I would basically just go without missing until the game was over.
I'm trying to find some of y'all's channels here while we're talking, and I can't find them on YouTube.
Well, mine's not like monetized or nothing. Like, I'm not trying to like.
Oh, you don't want followers? Okay.
Yeah, and honestly, Curtis he's got his name right there on his. Well, you can't see it now because he put the Lone Dragon comment up. But once he moves the Lone Dragon comment, you can see the name of Curtis's channel. It's right there on his square. Star Wars Squawk Box.
Oh yeah. I think I just subbed to you. Okay, I think I did. Well, when it comes up, it's Sergeant Curtis Schultz.
Yeah, that's him. That's him.
Correct.
Okay, you got 84. Now you have 85 subs. I'm your 85th sub. And I like
M3, who has not been present with us for the last hour, is M3 Reviews.
I think I've stumbled across his before.
His is hard to get though, because like when you put that in, you have to put like Transformers behind it, and it'll pop right up that way, even though he doesn't have Transformers in his title.
Okay, let's see. Accessing, please. Yeah,
you'll get a lot of BMW reviews.
Right, we could see M3 on screen with us, but he's clearly doing his own thing.
Okay. Oh, he has 1.99 thousand subscribers.
There he is. Hey, M3.
+1. You just got a sub.
Oh yeah, Pop the Trunk, man. Shout out Pop the Trunk if you're still here, man. That guy's the funniest motherfucker on the planet. I couldn't.
How are you laughing so hard?
Oh, dude, I might have peed my pants a little bit.
Yeah, see, dude, you're like a typical modern woman. You take her out to dinner and she doesn't talk to you the whole time. She's just on her phone.
There's no excuse in that M3. All those empty beer cans you got around there.
You know,
there's no excuse for you to piss your pants.
They're all switched now.
If you and I were on a date and the waiter came with the bill, I'd be like, "Hey, split that."
He's doing his Vanilla Ice and Chris Rock for president campaign right now.
Shit, man. Digital, I'm glad to be here on your fucking shit, man. I love it.
I can tell. I can tell.
Right? Yeah. We can see that you've been giving us your rapt attention this whole time.
There was a lot of air dicking going on, that's for sure.
There was some air dicking.
Oh my god.
Dude, John Cena is so much better as an actor than he was as a wrestler.
Yeah. That movie was great for him.
Do you think John Cena was really good in Bumblebee movie versus when he was doing
I mean, he was in it for about 5 seconds, man. It's
I love the Bumblebee movie. It was good.
100%. 100%.
Transformers 1 looks interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll watch it. I'll happily watch it.
Yeah, I just got to take it for what it is. I'm not going in with any kind of expectations.
I'm expecting a kids movie.
I'm the target audience for that movie, so I'm not going to prejudge it, but I'm not rushing out to the theater to see it either.
Digital, I think you're the target audience for like Michael Bay's movies, for the Bumblebee movie.
Ooh, the Bayformers?
No, not the Bayformers. I am not the target audience for
that. He is not.
I hate the Bay movies. Bumblebee was okay. Rise of the Beast was okay.
No.
The rest of them
look, I'm not saying that they hit the target. No, but I'm saying you were the target.
You're right. They completely missed.
You can't say target in front of him.
They didn't even get close.
They got me.
This new movie, Transformers 1. Yeah, it seems to me like this is an attempt to get kids into it.
It is, and we need to get kids into it. Otherwise, the franchise is going to die.
It seems like it's part of one of the IDW stories, kind of.
Well, because take G.I. Joe, for example, right? I think G.I. Joe dies with our generation. And I'm fine with that because why do I give a fuck what somebody's kids want to fucking do 10 years from now, 20 years from now?
The real American hero mythos part of it, yes.
I stand for truth, justice, and all that other stuff.
Probably not. They'll figure something else out, just like they did in the 80s.
Well,
when
Superman
they
can't stand for truth, justice, and the American way.
G.I. Joe, as we know it, will die with our generation.
Yeah, as we know it, it's not going to continue on.
Right.
But Transformers, as a toy line, they're basically puzzles. Puzzles are always going to be fun. So it's like the Transformers has one over on G.I. Joe in that respect.
Yes. And, I mean, because there's people out there now who their generation one, what generation one was to us, the base stuff is their generation one, and that's what they grew up with, and that's what they like, and that's fine. I don't have anything against it.
You can't make Dukes of Hazzard again.
No, you definitely can't.
Let's hope not after that last movie.
Yeah, Willie Nelson though was great as Uncle Jesse.
No, stop right now.
You guys know the Hodge twins?
Yes.
They're giving away a General Lee.
Nice.
Feet.
Wow.
fully.
Man, you see,
check out
down here, those things are in the parades all the time.
I'll drive a fucking General Lee.
But I don't know if y'all saw it or not. Kato.
So will I.
On Kato's Collection, he did a review of the orange ramen racer.
Yeah.
That thing looks really good, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I got to see it kind of up close at Joe Fest, but the stickers was on crooked. But apparently, you can even when you could order it, you can't order it now. But when you could order it, you could even order it with the decals already applied.
Oh,
it looks really good. It's got lights. It's got sound. It's
for another person, probably another 2 people profit that I just thought about that would be good for the top 10 movies.
Profit
would be Patriot Prime and Kato. No, he's not there.
But don't we already have a panel of 6?
Yeah, I'm just saying for future references if we need to replace anybody because they can't show up or something.
Yeah, like I'll drop out to watch that show, and it's just 4 of you guys on that shit. That'd be cool.
No, we need 6.
What's the requirements?
Pick your top 10 movies for 1980.
Oh, for just 1980? Oh, okay.
Yeah, because if we don't have 6, then nothing will be S ranked.
Right.
It has to start with Empire Strikes Back.
Well, yeah, like I said, like there's probably going to be at least 2 S ranked movies from 1980. Empire Strikes Back and The Shining. I'm sure they'll be on everyone's list.
Yeah.
9 to 5.
That's not going to be S ranked.
Working
on Golden Pond, bitches. No, that was
God, I watched that on HBO so many times.
What about Flash Gordon?
Flash.
Well, I don't know that Flash Gordon will be on everyone's list though.
It's on mine, I think.
Right? I'll go ahead and give you an example. I'll show you what's on my list.
What's on mine? I don't even remember what's on mine.
Well, I don't have your list handy, so I can't really say.
Okay.
But my list has My Bodyguard.
Yes.
Airplane.
Yes.
Airplane.
Caddyshack.
Yes.
The Blues Brothers.
Yes.
Flash Gordon.
Yes.
Empire Strikes Back.
Yes.
Of course.
Somewhere in Time.
With
The Shining.
Yeah.
And Xanadu.
Xanadu is pretty damn cheesy, but yeah, it's so infectious. ELO.
Well, Xanadu is a guilty pleasure of mine. I love the ELO music in it, and Olivia Newton-John was my first crush as a kid.
Oh God, yeah, the Magic's in that, and Xanadu, and
You're the one that
my sister had the album.
Sorry,
no, I don't
Should
think
I
that's
still have the album?
Yeah,
dude, I'm such a retard for Xanadu that if they made Xanadu action figures, I'd buy them.
Hey, you just said that, and Super 7 probably heard you say that, so you're going to get some Xanadu reaction figures.
Well, I wouldn't buy reaction
they have
figures.
the licenses for everything.
If they did Ultimates, I'd buy those, but I wouldn't buy reaction. I don't believe in 5 point.
Hey, let me share this with y'all. Here's the top 10.
I like the idea of reaction figures. You know what it is, but as far as collecting it, no. But go ahead, Ed.
Well, I'm an out-of-box collector, so reaction figures are garbage to me.
But it's not letting me share it.
Did you put it on the thing? Let me see.
Yeah,
here we go.
Oh, okay. These are you see that right there, the top 10? That's box office. So 9 to 5 was tied almost. How does it tie with it? Oh, it's number 2. Okay. So Empire Strikes Back was number 1. 9 to 5 was number 2.
Stir Crazy, yes.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. How did we forget that one?
Yeah.
Oh,
we didn't. It's on someone's list. It's just not on mine.
Right.
Yeah. Private Benjamin.
That was. Oh gosh. Yeah.
Of course, Smokey and the Bandit too.
Yeah. Blue Lagoon. Oh my God.
Blue Lagoon. Yeah.
Hey, look, if you want to watch young Brooke Shields get almost naked, that's your movie.
Yes.
Yeah. Did she do Endless Love? Was the next year? I think she did that. She had like those 2 movies back to back. I think.
Mm-hmm.
But
then she was in Superman 3, wasn't it?
Brooke Shields.
Brooke Shields? I don't remember her in Superman.
No. That was you're thinking of. I can see the actress
Annette O'Toole.
It wasn't. No, it wasn't. No,
not Annette O'Toole. She played like his.
I know who you're
boss.
talking about. Yeah.
That was in Superman 4, and that was Muriel Hemingway.
That's it, Muriel Hemingway.
Oh, all right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't get Margot Robbie back.
Margot Kidder.
Margot Kidder.
I don't know that Margot Robbie was born.
Margot Robbie was in diapers if she was alive.
Yeah.
Well, and then
they did.
What's so cool is that
3 was the one that Margot Kidder wasn't in, and then she came back for 4. And how they got her for 4, because a lot of the money that they put aside that was earmarked for Superman 4 got funneled out of Superman 4 into Masters of the Universe.
Oh dear. Well, the thing is, and the cool thing about that was that she got to be, when she tried out for Martha on Smallville, and they're like, do you know anything about the Superman mythos? And she's like, yeah, I played Lana Lang.
Duh.
And Annette O'Toole was just great. Perfect casting.
I think she and John Snyder were perfect cast for the Kents.
Yeah.
I agree.
And nothing against.
I just don't appreciate Tom Welling's like attitude towards it, because it was like in his contract that he wouldn't have to wear the suit.
Yeah,
and it's like, bro, why would you want to play Superman if you didn't want to wear the suit?
Well, he actually just wanted to do a Clark Kent show, and I get that, and at the time, honestly, y'all, if we were realistic about it, as advanced as the graphics were back then, they really couldn't have pulled off a Superman thing. And the thing was, I remember reading articles about this, and they said that the creators of it, they said that they knew that the moment they put him in Superman, that they wouldn't be able to top that on screen visually, for one, but story-wise, they really couldn't do a live-action Superman without it being cheesy like the previous ones that were on TV. Mm-hmm. And
Lois and Clark.
Lois and Clark.
I mean, I liked Lois and Clark, and I tell you what, y'all. And I told K-Man when it was on the Superman, Superman and Lois. That is other than Christopher Reeve, Tyler Hoechlin's version of that. And I'm not taking away from Henry Cavill. I love Henry Cavill as Superman. He's probably the best Superman of this generation.
Didn't never get to play Superman,
but he never got to play Superman. You're right, but that show really shows a unique side of Lois and Clark being parents and raising teenagers, and they did pretty good with the budget. Of course, they're coming out, I think it's October. They're coming out with a 10-episode final season because James Gunn gutted the show basically, and it's CW. Yeah, pretty much, because he didn't want competing Superman, so it's going to come out before the new Superman film, but half of the actors are gone. They gutted the budget, but I saw, and I can't say who he's fighting, but it's a titular character that he's fighting. And he's at one point they're fighting on the moon. It's freaking awesome. Just because that came out at the preview of it. But I've really enjoyed the series. It's been well written. And when the rest of the CW, like Flash and all that, was going woke and all that, they kind of split off from that part of the Arrowverse, and they
everything else was pretty much over by the time
it was pretty much. Yeah, but
so they didn't make Jonathan Kent gay like they did in the comics?
No. Well, the actor that was playing him, he ends up I don't know if it was Jonathan or the other brother. It was the blonde-haired kid. I've forgotten. It's been a while since I've watched it. It's been like over a year. But he gave up acting, I think, for like stress or mental issues. And so they replaced him with last season with another actor. And it actually still worked. The chemistry still worked there. And Tyler Hoechlin, he really gives his all as Superman. And it's really good to see that side of Clark. Like when we talk about Jonathan Kent I like Kevin Costner, but Kevin Costner is Kevin Costner in every film.
Yeah.
And Jonathan Kent would never have say it to Clark, in Man of Steel. He would never say something like, maybe you should let them die, Clark. No.
Yeah, no, he'd have never said that.
Yeah,
and
right.
Superman would have found a way.
I also don't think he would have been okay with dying in a fucking tornado.
Yeah, no.
When Clark could have fucking moved fast enough for no one to fucking see him.
Exactly. But that was kind of an interesting way to take him out of the story. But yeah, I agree with you there. I mean, if I were Clark, I would have
hallucinate his father in the fucking snow later. Come on, man.
But I tried to buy myself into the mythos that maybe that's what happens even though he wasn't Kryptonian, because they did that in Smallville. Remember, somehow Jonathan came back to give Clark his Superman suit, and he's like, always hold on to Smallville, and then he disappears. So I don't know if that was some way Kryptonian technology.
Yeah, I think that's what that was.
Yeah, and so we didn't really have that if they would have tied it into their Kryptonian technology in Man of Steel, that would have made sense. It's kind of like Queen Amidala or Padme when she dies of a broken heart. What kind of
or even worse, like the biggest travesty to me is in Rise of Skywalker when Kylo Ren is going back to being Ben Solo after Rey beat him, and his Han shows up to talk to him. It's like, why would you not have Leia show up to talk to him? Because they established in the last movie that force projecting yourself across the universe is a hard enough thing that it would kill Luke. So why not have that be the reason Leia dies? Right? Why would you not have Leia be the one that shows up to talk to him?
I don't think they had footage. They didn't have footage of her.
But Carrie Fisher herself said, I hope they digitally recreate me. It'd be great if my daughter could get a paycheck off my corpse.
Yeah. I liked, and people gave her daughter a little bit of hell for doing that in Rogue One or whatever, being the young lady where they digitally, but I thought it worked.
Well, she wasn't dead yet when Rogue One
came out. I mean, but when they used her daughter as like a model for it and then put her face over it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, kind of like what they did with Mark Hamill in Mandalorian, which
honestly, that's just another fucking case of people being offended for people who aren't offended.
But Tom Hanks,
like I said, Carrie Fisher herself said, go ahead and use my likeness. I'd love it if my daughter got a paycheck from my corpse.
Right. Well, Tom Hanks was one of the first actors to come out and say he is all in on his being done digitally, into the future after he's passed or whatever. And that's, for knowing a lot of people in the film industry, that was a big thing with all the strikes that they had going on, is that what you would come in as an extra and they would pay you maybe $200 or something like that if you're lucky. And then you'd sign away your visual rights in perpetuity. Yes. They would put you in an AI digital computer model, and they can make 100 or 1,000 of you if they needed to, like if they're doing Lord of the Rings, or they needed a bunch of Agent Smiths for the next Matrix, and you could be Agent Smith, like thousands of
you don't
get paid.
Well, all right. So I read an article. This was back when the Curious Case of Benjamin Button came out.
Yeah.
So we're talking, what was that, like early 2000s? Late 90s, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
And the article started out, it was so interesting the way it began, because it said 30 years from now, we're going to watch a 6th Indiana Jones movie where a young Indiana Jones goes to fucking Humphrey Bogart's bar in Casablanca. And that got me excited. It's like, really, man, we might be able to see like a new Humphrey Bogart movie. Like, how great would that be?
Well, as long as his estate gets paid for it, I'm all for it.
Yeah, exactly.
But when you do something, that goes, let's say the actor has personal beliefs and they don't want their image shared. Like, let's say you take George Lucas. That's a terrible example. I don't know why.
Well, I'll give you a good example. It's not really a movie example, but it's still a good example. Owen Hart's wife won't let him be inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame because she blames them for his death. Even though his brother Bret Hart has begged her to let them put his brother in the Hall of Fame.
I would think that he would want to be in the Hall of Fame if he got into that profession. Everybody wants an Oscar. Everybody wants.
Yeah, his wife is just being selfish.
Yeah,
and it could only help his legacy. But yeah, when you that gets into when you think about it, it's kind of like I attribute a lot of things to movies and to music in my life, and I think about Prince, someone who was so prolific. He's got a vault full of they said about 100 years worth of music in that vault, and he left no will. Now I know he's smart enough to draw out a will, and so it's taking years and years and years in litigation between everybody coming out of the woodwork saying, "Oh, Prince wanted me to have this. Prince wanted me to have this," and "Oh, I wrote that song." And why would you leave something like that if you have a legacy like that? Why would you leave it unguarded, unprotected? Like if I were someone famous, I wouldn't mind my likeness living on beyond me and AI and all that. But I would hope that there was somebody that would be over my estate that would say, okay, this isn't in line with what Ed believed in, or, don't put me in some kind of film I would never believe in or never want to be associated with. Does that make sense?
But you also have to give it to someone that you trust implicitly. Because look at Token right now. I'm sure Token would never have approved of this Rings of Power show.
No.
Not in a million fucking years. I mean, Galadriel is a fucking pacifist in his books, and they've got her as some fucking war general.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree with you 100% on that. Yeah. So
but in a case like Carrie Fisher, where she vocally said, yes, please do it. But we can't because a bunch of fucking weirdos online are offended by it. Fuck you.
Well, the thing is, I know y'all seen that with that roast they had of George Lucas or celebrating him, and she gave that wonderful speech. And she goes, every time I smile in the mirror, I have to pay George Lucas $10 a quarter or something like that. And,
right. That was one of my favorite joke she does on that is, I'm pretty sure I slept with George to get the job, but if it wasn't you, George, who the hell was it?
Yeah.
She had such a, people forget what a great writer she was. She had that Postcards from the Edge film that I think had Meryl Streep in it, which was actually about her life with her mom. Was it Fisher? What was it? Eddie Fisher was her dad, and I forgot her mom's name. Anyway. But Meryl Streep played her in the film or something like that. And it was a very hilarious film. She was always Carrie Fisher was always open about her addictions and all that. So, I mean, I give her respect for that. She could take a joke. She didn't mind being the butt of a joke. She was very funny, and
oh man, she had fun with kissing her brother in a movie.
It was the single greatest joke on Big Bang Theory was when Sheldon was hanging out with James Earl Jones.
Oh yeah,
and he brought her to Carrie Fisher's house to play Ding Dong Ditch.
Yeah,
and Carrie comes to the door. Damn you, James!
That's not funny. Then why am I laughing?
Yeah, somebody said that they've went through. I always said, K-Man's heard me say this, but I said, please, someone take a day and get James Earl Jones in a room and have him say every possible syllable and consonant and pronounce it so we can have his voice for Darth Vader in perpetuity or whatever.
Well, they kind of did that.
I think they did end up doing that.
And it doesn't sound 100% yet.
My wife always gets me.
All of the Vader voice in Obi-Wan, that's all it was. It was digital.
Yeah.
It wasn't actually James.
My wife told me, she said when we first got to get back together, she said she had met James Earl Jones. She shook his hand and all that. I was like, and got to talk to him. I was like, God, you talked to Darth Vader and Mufasa. I don't know about y'all, but I do not care. I was in a theater and there was
Doom.
Yeah.
That's
true. I was in a theater and they showed, there must be a new Simba's Pride, I think is the name of it. A new what's the
I saw that.
Lion
I don't
King?
know if it's a show or a movie.
Lion King?
Yes, yeah. There's a new Lion King called, I think it's called Simba's Pride. Yeah, and then all these millennials are just lighting up. I know they're at least millennials, and they're all like, yeah, and they're excited. That was a little past me, I was like, I don't care. It's like
they were probably hoping to see their champion for their cause, Whoopi Goldberg, as a hyena.
I don't know about
I was paying attention hard during the Disney Renaissance, starting with The Little Mermaid. Like all those movies to me were really, really good.
Yeah.
And I think Disney even today, like they're hit or miss now, but when they do hit, they hit well.
Yeah.
Like I think Encanto is a masterpiece of a film.
When they did The Lion King, I don't know if Jon Favreau did The Lion King, the last one. And
I know Favreau did the Jungle Book with Bill Murray and Baloo.
The worst part of it was freaking Beyonce in that film and her singing. It was, I think she's so freaking overrated. I don't like Beyonce. So
she is. Yeah, I talked to a lot of people, and
it was her. She was terrible in that film.
The problem when you get like a big star like that to do a kids movie and do a kids song, they try to make it their song and not the movie's song.
It's like the national anthem. Just sing it the way it's supposed to be. If you're not Whitney Houston, don't sing it.
Right? That's a great example.
You
see that shit all the time. They got to put all these runs in it and stuff.
Yeah,
it's like why?
And you got to take me to church. Okay, it's not that. It's about bombs bursting in the air. It's the violence that's America. It's like just sing the song. Because nobody's clapping for your performance; they're clapping for the song.
Like I didn't have any. I had almost no problem with the live action Aladdin. The only problem I had with it was that they made Jasmine the Sultan at the end instead of Aladdin, and I'm like, dude, they would have fucking killed her for that.
Yeah,
during that time period,
there's
no fucking way they would have let a woman be fucking Sultan in that era.
Yeah, the animators in the original one with Robin Williams, you never top Robin Williams. You'll never
exactly.
Top that.
Like I thought Will Smith did a fine job.
They did.
Will Smith. He
recorded
out said he couldn't fill those shoes.
And they did a great job with it. It was a good film. I enjoyed it, except the wokeness of her being the Sultan. I agree with you there. But like for the original film, they said Robin Williams filmed like 200 hours worth of like dialogue. So the animators, they had everything to work with, but it was way too much for them to deal with. They actually hated it because it was so much shit. But that's Robin Williams.
I mean, honestly, Robin Williams. The two best songs in that movie are both Robin Williams. Friend Like Me and Prince Ali.
Don't forget Arabian Nights.
Arabian Nights is good, but I think
I'm sorry, but I got a soft spot for a Whole New World. That's a good song.
I like the other two better.
A new fantastic point of view. Oh, I love that song.
My daughter's favorite movie. So every time she comes up from Texas, especially during Christmas time, we have to sit down and watch it.
I hate to say it, but it's like one of those NSYNC songs or Backstreet Boys songs when you start singing it and people start chiming and you just have to sing the whole song. You can't stop. It's kind of like the Cartman on remember on South Park when somebody said started singing Styx song Sail Away, and he has to go through the whole thing
to finish it.
I am so like that. I'm like, no, if you get the lyric wrong, even if I know I've got the wrong lyrics, you have to have my wrong lyrics, it's like, and I have to get through the song. I can't just stop it, you can't.
Well, people, because during the Renaissance, near the end of it, there was a movie that came out from Disney, and it didn't do as well as any of the other movies, even though the art was great, the story was great, the writing was great, the acting was great, and everyone was trying to figure out why did this movie not do as well as the others. It had no songs. I'm talking about Atlantis with Michael J. Fox.
Oh God, yeah, I'd forgotten about that one.
Yeah, there was no music.
I've seen that one maybe twice, maybe.
That's why it didn't do as well, because it didn't have the traditional Disney music in it.
Y'all know what one of my it wasn't a Disney film, but I thought it was a Disney film, but the one where you have the guy and you have those little energy beings and they have this and they're fight. Help me out. Good Will Hunting, one of those guys, not Ben Affleck, the other dude.
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon was the voice actor in it. And
so you're talking about Titan AE.
Yes, I love that film. That's a great film. That whole
and there's that song that's going on in the like beginning when he's like working as a space construction worker, and he's and that's that one song, Cosmic Castaway. That song's fucking amazing.
It is. It's good music, and for the time, it looks dated, the animation now, obviously, but it was a really good film just all together, and it was a good story.
Like one of the first attempts at mixing CG animation with 2D animation.
You're right. It was very groundbreaking. Yeah, and
but like Moana, even the new stuff, right? Moana is an amazing movie.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
And the music in that is fantastic.
Yeah.
As much as most of us probably hate it now, when Frozen came out, the music in that movie was top notch.
You couldn't escape it. It was like that damn Titanic song. It was everywhere.
It's like I loved that song the first time I saw the movie.
Oh yeah.
It's like
after seeing like people like Demi Lovato destroy it, though, I stopped liking it. But
exactly.
And when the Lego "You Want to Build a Snowman" song, like, oh my god, bro, are you kidding me? That shit'll have me bawling every time I watch it.
You want to build a snowman?
I mean, like that last car, like when their parents are dead, and they're on the opposite sides of the door, like, oh fuck, man, that's heartbreaking.
I don't want to ruin it, but this is a spoiler. I'm going to ruin it a little bit. In the new Deadpool and Wolverine, when they go through it's in the trailer. Where they talk about they got what's a blind Al, his friend, and he's talking about we can't say cocaine. Is there going to be cocaine?
You want to build a snowman?
Yeah. He goes through all the different names. It's hilarious.
And do you want to build a snowman?
He's like, yes, I do.
But like when the Lego movie came out, and you couldn't get away from Everything Is Awesome.
Yeah, that was everywhere for a while.
When you're part of oh god, yeah.
Let me tell you.
I wish I could see the solo movie that Lauren and that those guys were making.
Yeah,
but
I wanted to see the solo movie before Ron Howard tampered with it.
Did you guys like The Emperor's New Groove?
It was good. I don't remember it as much. It was. I enjoyed it.
It's a hard one for some reason to remember, but I thought it was really good. They had that guy that played the Tick. He was in it.
Patrick.
Yeah, the guy who was Putty on Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Brad something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's been in a lot of stuff.
I thought it was really good.
Yeah, it's a decent movie.
Yeah, I just saw that episode of Seinfeld the other night. Him and what's her name break up on their trip.
Oh, did you know? I saw about why George's fiance ends up getting the thing with the letter. Remember she licks the letters.
Yeah, she dies.
They said Julia Louis-Dreyfus. There's a report. She said that she suggested that to Larry David or somebody, and which, by the way, he's a freaking genius. I love Curb Your Enthusiasm. I'm sad it's over. I could go for like 13 more years of that. I love that.
Who knows? Maybe 5 more years it might come back.
Yeah, I know. That's so cool. But the thing is, that whole thing with Susan, they weren't going to go that route with the storyline. And Julia Louis-Dreyfus, I don't think she liked the actress or they didn't get along well. They're cool now, but at the time she didn't really get along with her. So she suggested that to Larry David, and he's like, "Damn, that's good," and ran with the storyline. I don't know how true that is, but it's a report I saw. I'm like, that's cool if that's true.
Wow.
Not good for the actress.
Did you guys like Game of Thrones, the new one, the House of Dragons?
Well, we gave up HBO. We cut back on some channels, and so it sucks that I can't watch it. So I haven't watched any of the spoilers, or reviews. But
the last episode is Sunday, but like maybe later on, if you guys want to all get together, I can do it backstage and we could watch it.
That would be fun.
I need to watch it. I haven't watched. I watched like maybe 10, 15 minutes of the first episode.
Do you have to? You have to have the service to do the?
No. You just come on StreamYard. He'll give you the link. You come on, and he puts it on his service.
Oh wow, you can. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Wow.
Well, it's like backstage. It's not live, so I'm not going to.
Yeah. We're not going live. If we went live, we get copyright strike.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Strike. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. Hell, I'm down for any of that.
I mean, I love House of Dragons. It has my favorite Doctor Who in it.
Yes, Matt.
Doctor Who? Who? What? No.
I'm gonna give y'all an unpopular opinion. I'm going to give you an unpopular opinion, but I hated him at first, but towards the middle to the end, he's my favorite. Peter Capaldi was my favorite Doctor Who, and I know that may be blasphemous to some, but I enjoyed some of the storylines on there too, even though that's probably the beginning of the wokeness with Doctor Who.
I think he had one of the best episodes.
I liked the alien storyline that they had in there.
The closer it got to him being done, the more I liked him.
Yeah, the better it got. Exactly.
Yeah, he got better.
My favorite Peter Capaldi episode is the episode where he says goodbye to River.
Yeah, that was a good one.
And she's like, "We only have one night," and he's like, "Yeah, but a night here lasts 72 days."
That's awesome. Yeah,
that was such a great send off to her character.
But I was just talking about Caveman, and I won't get deep into it, but we've watched the latest season, and I said, Acolyte and all these other shows that were like super woke or whatever, they don't even compare to what they've done to Doctor Who. It's way over the line woke. It's woke before the story. It's terrible, and I was really into Doctor Who, and now I can barely even watch it now. It's nothing against.
In my opinion, it ended with Peter Capaldi. Like, I was willing to
some of the Jodie Whittaker. She grew on me a little bit, but I couldn't stand her outfit. She needed to change those army boots she had on and that crap.
Well, I was willing to accept Jodie Whittaker if they would have done it right? Because take from Peter Capaldi's run the Missy character, the Missy version of the Master.
Mm-hmm.
Like where the Master realizes he's in love with the Doctor, and that's why he switches to a woman when he regenerates. And that's fine with me. I didn't care. But then, if they would have said that Jodie Whittaker, like the Doctor, subconsciously became a woman to get away from Missy, that would have made more sense to me.
Yeah.
But they never even brought Missy back. They just killed the character off, all stupid.
Well, this one to bring back who was the Doctor they brought back for this season, and then
David Tennant.
They brought Tennant back, and you thought it was going to be good, and then he what do they call it?
Bi-generated,
and then they just gave him a happy send off that he didn't need to be the Doctor, and this is supposed to be a totally different.
Which is really stupid because I think David Tennant's send-off was the best send-off any Doctor's ever had.
What show are you talking about? General Hospital?
Curtis is trolling us right now, guys, just in case you didn't figure that out.
No,
but David Tennant's send-off was the best because he got to say goodbye to Rose.
Yes. He got
that amazing send-off where the other version of him that grew out of his hand got to stay with her as a human. And then his last line as the Doctor was so heartfelt. I don't want to go. Oh my God, dude. It was the best send-off ever. I think that David Tennant's Doctor probably had the best writing of any of the Doctor Who shows.
Well, they just fired the
performance of Doctor Who.
They just fired the writer.
I don't know that I'll agree that he had the best writing, but a lot of those that Tennant was in were not very good episodes.
Yeah, but a lot of them were the best.
Except for the fact that he was in it. He made those episodes.
He's my second favorite Doctor.
I can agree with that.
Matt Smith is number one for me. Then David Tennant. Then Tom Baker. And then Peter Capaldi.
For me, I go Capaldi, Tennant. It's almost in the order they came for me in reverse, number one for me would be Capaldi, then Tennant, and then Matt Smith. And then after that, I'm like, it could be in. I don't want to put Jodie Whittaker in there, but I did watch that one. Some of the other ones I didn't watch. We started binging it years ago, and then I was really a Doctor Who fan for a small bit of time there, for at least a couple Doctors, and then we went back and watched some of those earlier seasons, and I did appreciate like Jack Harkness, his character, and some of the other ones, and River Song is a cool.
I will tell you this.
That's probably why I think David Tennant had the best writing, because it built the world the greatest.
Yeah.
They did. There was so many, and that's why the way they ended Tennant's run, where they brought everyone back that they could, for the big final battle.
Right.
Because they brought back Martha. They even brought back Sarah Jane Smith.
True.
Now Jones. She's one of my favorite companions.
Yeah.
Tom Baker is my childhood Doctor Who.
Yes.
Right. Is he the one that had the scarf?
He played him for 11 years.
The big curly fro with the
curly fro.
The long.
When I think of Doctor Who, that's who I think of as Doctor Who.
That's what I think.
Original Doctor Who.
Yeah, I mean, the guy that followed him was terrible.
Yeah.
He was like the guy with the blonde fro.
He used to be on another British show they used to show on PBS all the time called All Creatures Great and Small, where he was like an early 20th century vet or something.
Hey, I'll be right back, okay?
But yeah, something Davis. But yeah,
now
he wasn't great.
The third Doctor, I didn't care for him either, because in my opinion, because they had taken away most of his powers and it was Earth-based for most of it.
Yeah, he was.
And
stuck
he was
on
like
Earth.
a fighter and stuff. It seemed like that felt to me like an American film crew took over Doctor Who and didn't really understand what Doctor Who was.
And then because a lot of those they don't even have anymore. BBC threw the damn tapes away or recorded over them.
Yeah, I don't even know a lot about the Doctor Who franchise besides the beginning when I saw it as a little kid. I was really little and I haven't watched it since then. But my daughter surprised me. She's a big Doctor Who fan.
Well, I can remember when I was growing up watching Doctor Who, it came on late night on PBS. And they played on Saturday night. You got like 2 episodes in a row.
We got it.
It was on PBS where I'm at too. Late at night.
Yeah,
we got we would get Doctor Who, then we would get the Dave Allen show, and then we would get Black Adder, and then Faulty Towers.
I don't remember. I think like after Doctor Who went off, I was like, it's time to go to bed.
I watched it on channel 62. And it was, one of those channels, like when they went to commercial, it was some guy sitting there talking. There's a bunch of people with telephones and they're taking donations and stuff.
That's how
PBS,
public broadcast worked back then. It was PBS. Yeah. Everybody had a PBS back then. For me here in Chicago, it was WTTW Channel 11.
Yeah. And then we have a Canadian station too that we get Channel 9. We used to watch it.
Those old PBS telethons. That's where I get the line where I say in my videos, only support from viewers like you.
That's
Exactly. But PBS was the channel that had late at night it was Doctor Who and all those other British shows. But during the day that was the channel that had Sesame Street.
It had it had the kids' educationals Monday through Friday during Reading Rainbow.
Yeah, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood.
Mr. Rogers, I love Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers had all was so fucking groundbreaking and so ahead of his time.
And then, like in the evenings, it would have documentary shows.
Yeah. I thought Tom Hanks did a great job playing Mr.
I remember
Rogers.
On Sundays they used to run old black and white serials like Flash Gordon and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think Tom Hanks also played a good Walt Disney in Saving Mr. Banks.
I was not a big Mr. Rogers fan when I was a kid.
Oh man, You got to get on the damn trolley and go to Puppet Land.
I know the Puppet Land was awesome back.
We had Mr. Dress Up, which was really good. And when Sesame Street was about, that was about it for that type of showing that I liked. I couldn't handle the other stuff.
Oh, and there was older stuff that you don't hear about anymore, like Romper Room.
Yes, Romper Room.
And the Electric Company. And the only thing you ever hear about the Electric Company is they talk about Spider-Man. That was Spider-Man's first time on TV. Was on the Electric Company.
Yeah, with the voice of God. What's his name? What's that guy's name?
Schoolhouse Rock was great.
Oh yeah,
but that was on ABC.
Yeah, and that's how you learn how to be a bill on the top of Capitol Hill.
Oh, you learned all about conjunction junction, man.
Yes. What's your function? Yeah. Oh God. Yeah, they don't make stuff like that anymore.
I actually have those on DVD.
Do you? That's awesome.
Yes.
Junction. What's my function? Or what's your function?
Hooking up words and phrases and clauses.
So
you couldn't get kids today to watch that shit. They're too engrossed in their phones and their iPads and shit.
So Squat Box, what do you do on your channel? I mean, I don't know if I asked you yet.
I shout out profanities.
Okay.
Usually it's just a show where we do sometimes we do a topic, like we're putting together a G.I. Joe show. Well,
okay.
Prophet really is putting that together.
Yeah, I'm going to be putting together that's why I was saying giving you my old channel doesn't really matter because all that shit's moving. But what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be putting together a G.I. Joe based show where me, Destro, I'm the host, and Curtis is going to be like my Ed McMahon. And it's going to be like a talk show. And each episode will have like a specific subject, a character or a vehicle from the old line that we focus on for the show. And we'll just, I'm going to be sitting at the desk. He'll be on the couch with whoever the guest is,
right.
And we'll, just do kind of like a talk show thing. There's a guy, Skydro Walker, who shoots photography for Extreme Sets. He's going to do like a photography segment for us. Then we've got Sam Newsman, who's a radio DJ in Richmond, Virginia. He's like a puppet that does like political news. He's going to come on and do a segment for us. And then after the pre-recorded bit where I do the stop motion animation is done, then we go on to a live stream with whoever our guest is that week.
Oh, that's cool.
But that's the plan, and I'm hoping to have it done, I'm hoping to have it done by Halloween. But it's a lot of work and I'm busy with a lot of other things right now too, so it's very hard to, because stop motion is time consuming, man.
Oh yeah. You got to have patience. I don't have patience like that. But I grew up. We all grew up on the. One of the things that I loved was.
Don't text Prophet when he's shooting.
Yeah, I had them all remove me from the group.
That's what she said.
Because I shoot my videos on my phone.
Yeah,
right.
That's interesting. Well, what I was saying. We all grew up on that HBO movie presentation where it went through the little village and that. So,
we went through the town. Yeah, I love that.
I love that. And they did a revival of it like years later, like maybe in the 90s or 2000s, and like try to update it. And that was kind of cool because you could do all that digitally. But I was always so amazed by that. I would watch that. If you put that on a clip, I would watch it over and over. I loved how the camera would pan in. And
you talk about
the beauty of what I do is I can't be copywritten. Right? Like even with that Muppets video, like afterwards you jokingly said, you're going to call Disney or whatever.
Yeah.
I can't be copyrighted on that because I'm the one doing the voices. I'm not reusing their dialogue. I'm writing my own dialogue. And I'm not filming anything that I don't own because I'm filming toys that I bought.
Right. Well, don't they say they're intellectual likeness or something. They can't, or like the Muppet
Not
Show.
when it's toys, not when it's
Really?
an item that you purchased.
Okay, that's good.
That's how you get around it.
That's good.
That's why Robot Chicken doesn't have to pay royalties on their shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Caveman, we met at Joe Fest. We met.
We met.
And that's why I named my character the Profit Director and not just Destro.
Right.
Okay.
But we met Seth Green.
Yeah. Oh, and dude, this is so funny. I never really get starstruck with people. Not that I ever really run into anybody famous, but I saw him and I was like, "Okay, man, you got to come over here," and all that. And so they were coming over, him and the Digital Cave Queen, and I walked up to him, and he's much shorter than you think he is. He's like short. He's like little Wolverine.
He's like Tom Cruise.
Yeah, he's like Tom Cruise.
He's shorter than Allison Hannigan.
And so he had a guy with him, and he was at one of the tables there. And I had my phone out, and I said, "Excuse me," and I fucking went blank. I was rehearsing in my way, walking from like here to here. Something clever I was going to say. It was going to be a Scott Evil kind of reference, but then when I played it back in my head, it was going to be pretty stupid. So when I opened my mouth, I had my camera like up here, my phone, to like take a picture with him, and I just froze up, and as my mouth was like wide open, it's like, oh my God, I can feel myself doing this. And he's like, "How about," and he reaches, he's like looking straight at me, he reaches up, he's like, and he grabs the camera, a phone out my hand, he's like, "How about we take a selfie together?" And then he took the selfie, and he does the selfies like this, that's the way to take a selfie, because it makes you all look kind of the same height
size,
because if we took it like this, he'd be like down here somewhere, but
yeah.
I told him, I was like, I never get starstruck, and he's like, "It's cool, man." And I gave him my podcast card and all that. So I said, "I know you." I said, "I don't know if you do." I was real respectful, and I said, "I don't know if you do podcasts." And I was like, "But I do a kind of a geek culture one, and I'd love for you to check it out." And he goes, "Yeah, man, I'll check it out." So I don't know if he's checked it out, but he was very nice. He was very nice.
Yeah, see, I don't have a filter, so if I had met him, I'd be like, "Yeah, just don't Isaac Cappy me."
But I can't even remember if I gave him a card or not. I think I did.
I don't think you did it because I was prodding you to do that, and I don't know that you did. But you handled it much better than I did. I just froze up, and I'm like, "Oh."
Yeah, I like shook his hand. I'm like, "Oh, it's nice to meet a fellow action figure connoisseur." And he's like, "Oh yeah."
And we found out later that he had spoken there. He was a part of a panel that week.
We missed every fucking panel.
We did. And I couldn't get Caveman to record. And now later on after the fact, I was like, we need to get some live footage. He even brought us stuff.
Yeah, I took everything. We shot a little bit of B-roll, overhead of the crowd and everything on the show floor. But that ended up being everything I shot.
Yeah, and so we ended up, my live stream, we ended up having a after show kind of thing, live stream, and I showed all of my footage up there and all that. Well, my footage was just, photos of every damn thing. But it was fun. It was my first con that I've ever been to, and I want to go to some more. And yeah, Caveman, we got to get together and plan tickets again.
For
2025
for Joe Fest next year.
Yeah.
And because you've got there's one coming up in January.
Oh, okay.
Augusta Comic Con or something like that.
Okay, shoot, yeah, we need to jump on that.
But it's across the river.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. Yeah. We're on the river, so everything's across the river.
Hey, when you cross the river, make sure you stop and say hi to Chris Farley.
Oh, he did in the white van
down by the river.
Oh, and there was a funny meme about that. So we grew up telling us not to get in cars with strangers. Now we call a stranger to pick us up and take us everywhere. And they're like, now people live in vans. It's a whole van life thing. I watched some of the YouTubers that travel in their van around.
Right,
the country.
Everything's backwards, man. We gave up plastic straws wrapped in paper for paper straws wrapped in plastic.
That's a good point. Oh God, I hate a straw that disintegrates while you're drinking.
Oh, them paper straws,
dude, it's so much worse than the plastic straws.
It is. I mean,
you go through like 3 of them for one fucking drink unless you drink it super fast.
And you know, I understand, like,
which means the 3 plastic wrappers are more plastic than the straw would have been in the first place.
Yeah.
I understand, like, the reasoning behind it at theme parks where they have, animals are part of the thing and they eat the straws and blah blah blah. I understand that, but still, I'm like, screw that. I'm taking my own damn straw.
Well, I'm just sick of like corporate America trying to make us foot the bill. Pay 10 cents for your grocery bag. You got Taylor Swift out there telling us to turn off our furnaces while she's fucking flying a private jet all over the goddamn country.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck you, you rotten bitch. You use up more fossil fuels in a fucking 1 month than 1,000 people do with their cars over the course of a year.
Yeah. Elizabeth, I'm coming to join you, honey.
Yeah, to hell with that bitch.
So, that was a great way to start off your 3rd hour of this live stream after party.
Oh, that brings me back around. I praised Smallville for their casting of Jonathan and Martha Kent.
Yeah.
But I'm also going to give them a ding for some of the worst casting. And that was when they cast the smoke monster from Lost as Darkseid.
Oh, I meant.
Oh yeah, and you know what? That actor, he was terrible in the other movie he was the star of.
Oh no, I like
John Silver Surfer.
Yeah.
John Glover
when he played Galactus.
I like John.
Like,
Glover.
what a fucking terrible actor! Stop hiring that guy.
No.
I don't blame.
No, I disagree with you. John Glover was great in Smallville. He was great as Lionel Luthor.
I didn't say nothing about
No, we're not talking about John Glover.
Darkseid.
We're talking about the smoke monster from fucking Lost.
Sorry.
And then Galactus. But you know what? I don't blame the smoke monster for that. I blame the French director who, quote, made Galactus that way because he hates giant robots.
Did you see the new trailer?
Well, then why did you accept the goddamn role if you knew Galactus?
Did you see Fantastic Four trailer? They show Galactus. He's looking inside the Baxter building. Just his eye, you can just see his eyes, and it's a daytime shot.
Yeah.
Well, and what's great is it takes place in 1963, apparently.
It's in a different reality. It's in a different reality as well, or different universe.
Yeah, and that's fine because that's why they're doing the Secret Wars, because they're going to take all the different universes and have them battle to see who gets to go on in the one Marvel universe that exists after.
What do y'all think? We got to talk about Dr. Doom because I was going to do it on my podcast this weekend.
Well, I'll say this. When I was watching the panel and, Joe Russo came out and said, we needed to get the best actor in the world. In my head, I'm like, oh, so you got Daniel Day-Lewis?
He doesn't do film anymore, but yeah. You got a good point there.
But I'm saying, if you're talking about the best actor in the world, it's Daniel Day-Lewis, not Robert Downey Jr.
I know. Well, in their universe, it's
I want to see where they're going with it. How they're
right.
No, Robert Downey Jr. is great. Don't get me wrong. I love Robert Downey Jr.'s work. I think he's an amazing actor. I think he's a great chameleon, like Charlie Chaplin, Sherlock Holmes, like all of it's
great. He should have got an Oscar for Chaplin. He should have.
Absolutely. And the thing is, like, it's a different universe, so it doesn't matter. We've already established in the MCU that in other universes, different actors can play different people.
But the problem is for
Deadpool 3 is a perfect example of that. I won't get into detail because DC hasn't seen it. But you'll know what we're talking about after you watch it.
I loved her on Smallville. God, what? It's
right
terrible.
after I got
it's very unfortunate that she was,
brainwashed into a sex cult.
She got arrested like a week and a half after I got this.
Oh man!
So you think it's because of that autograph? That was her trajectory. She shouldn't have signed that.
No, I think it was because she was leading young women into being sex slaves
and getting branded and all that. She had brought Kristen Crook into that Lana, and then she was smart enough to get away from it before she got deep into it. thankfully.
Yeah, and
but,
I saw the thing where what's his name? On his podcast, he talks about she just showed up at his house one day with these people and just kind of like moved in for 2 weeks.
Damn squatters. But anyway, talking about who is that? Why is that familiar?
I don't even know who that is.
Up a little bit. What's the name? Or I can't see
Who that?
Oh, it's Dee Wallace.
Dee Wallace. Oh.
Yeah, she has not aged well.
Oh dear. But anyway, about the Robert Downey Jr. thing, I think it reeks of desperation. But I know there's at least 2 or 3 comics that I've watched videos on. I haven't totally digested them. Where Doom and Iron Man, he flips their personalities or something, their bodies.
Yeah, there's comic book precedents for it. Right. Absolutely.
So I think they're going to do it right. But for the layman, the person that just says, okay, that's Iron Man, that's Robert Downey Jr., because he nailed that role. That role is him. It's going to be hard, even for us hardcore fans, to look beyond. I mean, it's not see him as Iron Man.
Yeah, people were complaining about it on the stream we were on before DC started the after show.
Yeah.
And I don't have their complaints. For me, there's comic book precedence for it. Robert Downey Jr. is a chameleon of an actor, and it's a multiverse film.
Yeah.
Right. So why do I don't understand. I've never understood people who get butthurt about something before it even comes out.
Here's what I think Disney has learned about this. He's obviously the heavy hitter. He's getting paid crazy bank to do this, which is great for him. But the thing is, I think they saw how bad it was for them to not recast T'Challa. That was too important of character to let it die with Chadwick Boseman. And I think they're not going to go down that road again. So they're going to take Robert Downey Jr., their heavy hitter, because that broke the internet when he took that mask off and it was him. And you're like, holy moly. And it wasn't a terrible surprise because it was actually out there. Oh, that's Tracy Lord. But I
got her from a Blade signing.
Yeah. But
that's right. She was in that.
Yeah.
But seeing Robert Downey Jr., that's going to bring in the lay people, but they're going to know him as Iron Man, and it's going to be hard for them to say. And I don't want him. I don't think I want him to be a variant of. I mean, that could be interesting. Depends how they do it. Disney does it, but I don't know how I feel.
Well, I don't think it has to be a variant. And here's, like I said, Deadpool 3 gave us a perfect example,
right,
where it doesn't have to be a variant. Right, and Deadpool 3, another thing. Nice. This is not a spoiler, DC.
Yeah,
Deadpool 3 shows us that we're on the right track, going back in the other direction. The pendulum is swinging the other way.
Finally,
not only was Deadpool 3 not woke, but Ryan Reynolds actively makes fun of woke in it.
Well, they expected that too, and he even and he said the whole multiverse thing is played out. He calls it out right. It looks right at the screen when he says that.
He does, but he actually used the word woke to make fun of woke.
They need a spinoff series, the Dead Walkers or whatever they're called. Was it Dead Walkers? I've forgotten. White Walkers. That he was showing there in the picture.
Well, House of the Dragon takes place like 100 years before the original series did.
Yeah, when we canceled our HBO or Max, I think that's the worst rebranding ever. It should have been just HBO. But I hated that we missed that. I was hoping we'd get it back.
It has HBO with it. Like, it's weird.
Yeah, it's HBO Max. Because they killed Cinemax as a channel, and now they're just different brands of HBO.
Yeah, but like it says HBO.
Right, and I think the reason they did that was because they still own Cinemax, but Cinemax had built this reputation. Like people sarcastically call it Skinemax.
Skinemax, yeah.
Because that's that's where you get the fucking titty movies late at night. You know what I mean?
Those late night single X-rated movies.
Yeah, late night titty movies. Yeah,
the soft core.
The soft core.
Yeah, that's the thing somebody mentioned recently. In the 80s, we had our movies were way more adult. We had R-rated movies were a common thing. Kids are watching we were watching R-rated movies, but R-rated movies aren't like they are now.
Airplane. The movie Airplane. There's a scene when they all find out that there's trouble with the pilots, and everyone's freaking out, and there's just naked titties just bounce across the screen for no fucking reason.
Yeah.
I love the one where they go to the lady who's freaking out and everybody slaps her.
And there's a line of people with a wrench, a gun, boxing gloves. Yeah, it's great stuff.
And the lady that played Leave It to Beaver's mom was on there, and she spoke jive.
Yeah.
She actually learned.
I speak jive.
Yeah, she actually learned that like in a very quick amount of time that whole scene, and did it flawlessly.
A lot of actors do that where they need to do lines in another language. It's not like they learn the whole language; they learn their lines in that language.
Yeah,
it's especially for someone who's like a mimic type of someone who does like impressions.
Right.
It's not that difficult to learn like a few paragraphs worth of dialogue in another language.
Right. But that's one film you can never remake. Airplane. You can't do it justice. It was just a moment in time. And a lot of films, as much as we want to make sequels to everything, a lot of films just need to be left alone. Like Ghostbusters should have stopped after maybe 2 or 3. It's like,
dude, like when the captain's wife is like getting out of bed to go to the airport, and she tells the horse, just go out the back door. Because there's a horse in bed with her. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, it's like we were talking about earlier, Blazing Saddles.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you could never make that today.
You could never make that.
For the last 5 years or so, Mel Brooks has supposedly been working on a remake of Blazing Saddles. Only it was going to be animation, and it was going to be animals.
But the thing is,
instead of people.
That might work, but that is dumb. But like the History of the World Part 1 that he did, is so great. He went and did the new one or an updated or like a sequel. I couldn't even get past the first couple scenes. It was just terrible. It wasn't even
my
funny
favorite line in History of the World Part 1 is where are you from? Ethiopia? What part? 125th Street.
The favorite from me was I bring you these 15 10 commandments. I referenced that the other day.
And Madeline Kahn was so hot back in the day.
Yes, she was.
Like, I honestly, like Blazing Saddles would be impossible today, and not just for all the N bombs they drop in it, but like at the end when Dom DeLuise like says, when they're doing the dance number, and he's like, "Get it right, faggot,"
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I love the Cannonball Run films. Dom DeLuise is so funny in those, and playing off of Burt Reynolds and all them.
I like the original. I like the original Cannonball Run better.
Yeah,
it's a mad world.
I remember that.
I love
that movie's a masterpiece.
That Burt Reynolds and Dom DeLuise are paired together. It's magic.
It's like if you ever watch Jonathan Winters and Robin Williams together. Oh my God, you just sit back and watch a masterclass.
Man, how hot was fucking Sally Field when they made Smokey and the Bandit?
She was the girl. She was the girl. Yeah.
Who is your?
But Jonathan Winters, he's in It's a Mad World. He's the furniture truck driver.
Yeah. God, it's been so long since I've seen that.
That movie's hilarious. Like you got Spencer Tracy in it, right? Or no, Jimmy Durante plays the guy he gets out of prison.
Yeah.
And Spencer Tracy's the cop that's chasing him.
That makes me.
He plays Smiler Grogan, and he's on his way to get to the money. He's trying to lose the cops, and he winds up driving off the road and crashing. Well, and all these people come down to help him, and he tells them about the money. He's like, "It's under a big W in Santa Rosita, California. Go get the money. It's under a big W." And then he dies. And when he dies, his leg like jerks out, and he literally kicks a bucket down the hill. Like, it's hilarious.
Well, that makes me think of something. The fact that, we're in basically an all streaming age now. And there's films like that when they studio pulls them, or Disney or somebody, and they say, like Song of the South, you can't watch that anymore. You won't be able to physically buy it, and you won't be able to stream it. Probably some of those films, that aren't super popular but were cult classics. Now you don't have, if you don't own it on DVD or Blu-ray or whatever or 4K, then they can take it off of service, and you can't watch it when you want to. And
well, even beyond that, if you own it digitally,
right, that's a good
they
point.
can pull it. It's in the terms of service.
That's
a
bunch of
they
crap.
can remove anything from your account at any time for no reason at all.
Right.
Which is really dumb because like to eliminate it completely from the zeitgeist, it's like that's part of our film history.
Exactly.
Like the one thing that George Lucas did that really pissed me off was refusing to give the Film Preservation Society the original copy of Star Wars. He's like, no, the special edition is what I wanted to make, so that's the one you got to put in. And it's like, dude, that's not the movie that broke all these records and like changed cinema history.
But part of me is torn on that, because I do respect him as a creator to want to improve your creations, but I know that you get to a point where you need to stop creating, because it should be how you see it in that time, unless you're revisiting it. If you want to make the special, I think you agree that you make the special edition, let it be there. But yes, have the original out there for people that remember that
don't
way.
like.
The point is, like, I don't mind if he doesn't release it on video ever again or whatever, but we're talking about the Film Preservation Society,
right?
Right, and I'm sorry, dude, but your special edition is not the movie that changed cinema in 1977.
Yeah, you're basically rewriting history.
The movie that needs to be in there is the 77 version of it.
Yeah,
right.
Because
you can't film at all.
I still have the VHS tape from then, and I have the laser disc, which has the original on it.
Damn, hold on to that. I guarantee somebody would pay for that. That's another thing. I saw a video saying that the new, I guess the generation alphas are trying to bring back VHS. I'm like, please, let's not bring back VHS. No,
I'll go as far back as DVD.
Rewinding, man, Jesus.
No. Well, yeah,
to me that's like, and Curtis is going to disagree with me on this, but that is like, people who want to like go play the Atari 2600.
Right.
I'm like, why, man? There's a PlayStation 5.
Well, no, some of those games are fun. They're just fun. Pong, Space Invaders.
I'll never go back. Like
Pitfall. Pitfall was awesome.
Frogger, yeah, but you can play those online for free with an emulator. You don't need a fucking.
Well, still, I don't know. There's something about it. There's nostalgia about it, and that's like, I could see VHS coming back in a nostalgia thing, but like vinyl kind of never went away. It was always there, but it really wasn't at the forefront.
See, I guess nostalgia just works different for me, right? Because like, look, I love G.I. Joe, right? Love it. And I loved the O-ring figures when I was a kid. But if someone said, hey, man, I'll give you all your classified figures in O-ring form if you just trade them with me. And I'd be like, no, man, the classified figures are 1,000,000 times better.
Right. Usually the build is better, but
the only I will say this, the thing that the O-ring line has over classified is vehicles, and it's simply because of the
well, I wouldn't even say vehicles anymore, because we're getting the vehicles. I'll say massive play sets.
Well, that too.
Right, we're never going to get a Terradrome in classified scale. We're never going to get a headquarters. We're never going to get the battle platform. We're never going to get the whale.
Did you see the guy on Instagram who built the battle platform?
Oh, I'm not saying it isn't possible. I'm just saying Hasbro's never.
I'm just asking, have you seen it?
I don't think I've seen that one, but I did see a guy who 3D printed a Terradrome.
Yeah, I saw that one too.
And actually, that's that guy, Steve S3D Toys.
Yeah,
who used to be on Kaz's channel until he fucking went crazy.
Yeah.
But and then there's another guy out there who 3D printed a headquarters in classified scale.
Mm-hmm.
Which is easy to do because they're smaller parts. You know what I mean?
Right.
Well, for
the
me,
headquarters broke down like very small.
for me, I was thinking of the whole nostalgia thing. I remember actually the fun of going on a Friday night and getting there before like a certain time to get the new release on the VHS
at Blockbuster.
Blockbuster. That was part of the experience. Now we just plop on the couch, push a button, and
shoot, it was mom and pop VHS stores before that.
Yeah.
Well, from a toy collecting perspective, I see a lot of people are like, they're upset that the toy hunt isn't what it used to be, right? They used to enjoy the hunt. Oh, I wanted to go to the store and like find something there.
Right.
And I'm like, man, fuck that. I don't want to fight with all these like scalpers to try and get my shit. I'm glad I can order it online.
The only issues I have with that is like some online stores are a lot harder to get something than it really ought to be. Like Target. I was trying to get that damn Marvel Legends Warbird that's exclusive to Target, the 85th anniversary one.
Well, but that's also available on Pulse, and Pulse has never failed.
See, but here's the thing. I don't think
Pulse. It's not available.
I don't think there should be scalping.
Well, not now, but when it first released, it was.
I'm all for like an anti-scalping rule. Like there should be. You shouldn't. I don't think like because two of the franchise that like when I went to Joe Fest and I did find the $6 million man doll that I really should have gotten. It was $80, which I thought was ridiculous. But in hindsight, I looked it up, and that's about $75 to $80 in that condition. It was in pretty good condition. But I think that there needs to be a tier of it where you don't make stuff like another thing I looked for, and I found a few things, but not enough of them, is Battlestar Galactica, like the original, and even the 90s, which I think was equally as great of a series. And but I love like the original designs of the Colonial Viper and the
Cylon Raider.
The Cylon Raider. Like I have this one. This is all I have for Battlestar Galactica. Where is it? Right here.
I have two things for Battlestar Galactica.
Seeing that? And I don't know what
that's the
like the metal version
2000s series Cylon Raider, right?
And it is, and I love it. And but
you remember the 12-inch ones, the 12-inch dolls? I got
but some of the Battlestar Galactica stuff there wasn't because of they were fighting licensing, and at times I think Star Wars was suing them, or Lucas was at one point, because it said that there was that thing when Battlestar Galactica came out, as popular as it was, so it had licensing issues, and they and I think it was Hasbro, I can't remember exactly. But I saw a wonderful video some guy did.
Well,
about
back then, Star Wars was Kenner.
Yeah, right. And so,
and I believe the Battlestar figures were Mego.
May have been, but for me, some of the aspect ratios or whatever you call the size of the models, the scaling of it was just they look like that cheap kind of plastic, and then when you put them against something like that, that's obviously metallic. That version. And that's like from the 2000s, like you said. But when you look at of that time, they really weren't done that well. You only had a few of them, and some of them you would get like the Cylon, the Colonial Viper, and the only one that looked as authentic as the show was a one that was kind of made of like foam rubber or something, and it was more like a toy than it was a true kind of action. Figure ship or whatever. And I wish they would have done a better job with that, because you can't, like the Cylon Raider, the only one you can find is that super large one and it looks kind of like cheap plastic, like some of your big K-Man, some of your bigger scale, like the transport from Clone Wars that you have, some of the bigger ones that you have, they kind of look like this, but with the big, the big plastic, how they look kind of, to me, they look cheap as compared to some of the smaller ones. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
they don't have that.
What you're saying, it kind of looks more like a blow mold than a
Yes.
Yeah, I don't understand what Lucas could have sued them over, though, because Lucas wasn't even the first one to come up with that scale.
Well, I don't know that it was necessarily that scale, but it was the overall the Battlestar Galactica, the IP. he was saying that it was copying Star Wars too much.
Colonial ships from Lucas.
Yeah, I can't imagine him having won that lawsuit though.
Yeah, I think he dropped it after a while, but it was.
I mean, it'd have to. It was a different IP altogether.
I know.
You know, I mean, not only that, but like, you know, as far as like the figure scale and even the 5-point articulation, Adventure People beat him to that.
Yeah, Adventure People was actually the first.
Yeah, I loved Adventure People when I was a kid. They were great, man. I had so many of those vehicles and figures.
Did you hear what
my favorite was the green van that came with the motorcycle that hooked on the back, you know. But then you had Chips. They had you know,
Mego had Chips. They had
Buck Rogers.
Hazard. They had Buck Rogers.
I had the Buck Rogers shit.
And like Buck Rogers, I remember the Buck Rogers.
I had it with
were
the action
all
figures.
O-ring figures.
Yeah.
Then Dukes of Hazzard, like half of them were O-ring figures, and half of them were just your standard 5 POA. Like,
and let's not forget Star Trek: The Motion Picture. Those
they had that too.
Buck Rogers and the Colonial Starship were both from Star Wars. They were early models for George Lucasfilm,
and
they got from
the Buck Rogers ship is a direct. You know, it's definitely Ralph McQuarrie concept art for sure.
I didn't realize until, you know, I was an adult that Star Trek Mego line actually had a bridge playset.
Oh yeah, my friend Steve had it when I was a kid. And it was made out of the same super cheap plastic that Buck Rogers launch bay playset was made out of.
It was like that blow mold plastic.
Yeah, exactly. It was like cheap vacuum form shit.
Or vacuum form, yeah.
I had black hole figures. I didn't have no.
Oh yeah, Mego had that too, I think.
Yeah,
and they were O-rings.
I recently watched on Disney Plus The Black Hole, and it was just such a weird film. It really was weird. But I remember we had the board game. Y'all remember the board game?
Mm-hmm.
No.
We had that. I remember having that as a kid and liking it. And
I think now I think it's a better movie than I thought it was when I was a kid.
My favorite.
It is a good movie.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, there was a live action Disney film that in my opinion, I think it stands up today. Jason Robards was like the star of it. It was a movie called Something Wicked This Way Comes.
Ooh,
and it was like Disney's horror film. It was so fucking fantastic. I believe Stephen King ripped it off with Needful Things. It was like the same concept.
Wow.
Except instead of a guy with an antique shop, it was a carnival that came through town. But basically, it was the same concept. They would the devil would grant wishes, and then the wishes would go horribly wrong.
Yeah.
Right? The old woman wished to have her beauty back, you know, her youth and beauty back. But then he made her blind so she couldn't see it.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, man, it was just an amazing film.
Well, I will say this. I think even to this day, my favorite live action Disney film is Tron. I love Tron.
Tron was a masterpiece when I was a kid. I loved it.
Me too.
And I actually really enjoyed Tron Legacy too.
I liked it all right. I didn't feel like it had the
Tron was okay.
I don't want to say the impact, but it didn't feel as groundbreaking, I guess, as the first film did.
Well,
even though a lot of the concepts that were in the, you know, the computer concepts that were in the first film are kind of, you know, they were just kind of making shit up off the words they heard somewhere.
Yeah, they're very dated.
At the time,
but I think they made it a few years too early, right? They should have waited till they got the face technology a little better.
That's a good point. Yeah,
but you know, all of that
I wasn't too into, but I was into Time Bandits.
Time Bandits, yes.
Time Bandits was fun.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
God,
David
they're making a
Warner,
remake
man,
of
that guy, he
remake
was
of
like one of the best villains of his time, man. Like whatever you put that guy in, he was great. You know, he was Zark and Tron, he was Darkness and Time Bandits.
Yeah.
Like fucking loved it. Time Bandits was amazing though. Time Bandits had a huge cast.
Yeah, it did. It was it was fun. It was a fun movie.
Yeah, and Terry Gilliam is another director who has a very unique style in his directing, you know. Like you see a Terry Gilliam film, you know you're watching Terry Gilliam's film. You know what I mean? Whether it be Brazil, City of Lost Children, Time Bandits, the live action segments of James and the Giant Peach. You know, it's all very Terry Gilliam. Oh, 12 Monkeys. 12 Monkeys. There you go.
12 Monkeys was pretty intense.
It's a great movie. Here's some games. Here's some more games. Here's some games that want to get out. He rattles the cage.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brad Pitt was great in that movie.
I thought he was good in. I can watch.
Digital, we can't hear you.
Oh, World War Z is good.
Oh, no.
Are you there?
Did your mic die again? There you go.
He's always got his little wireless mics. They always die on him. I think that's his thing. But yeah, I know y'all saw.
At least he has two, so we could switch them out if one dies, right?
Yeah, that's true. I know y'all saw World War Z. I think that's a really got a good replay on that. I wish they'd make a sequel to that.
See, for me, World War Z is like, I don't know, man. There's just so many zombie movies that are way better than that, in my opinion.
We just did a Halloween.
It was the first one where I think we really saw on the big screen where the zombies could run and all that. You know, it's like,
well, 28 Days Later fucking preceded that.
Yeah.
Well, and so did Dawn of the Dead. So did Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah.
So did the Will Smith I Am Legend. Now that I think of it. Yeah,
man.
See, you can make the argument for 28 Days Later that they weren't zombies. They were just infected people.
Yeah, they had rabies.
But Dawn of the Dead had running zombies too, and that was well ahead of World War Z.
Yeah, that's we true. Just did last Saturday Halloween Bangers in July, and we did Dawn of the Dead 78 and Dawn of the Dead 2004. We did a comparison.
See, for me, running zombies, like I was okay with it in 28 Days Later because they were infected, not zombies.
Right. They had super rabies.
But zombies, like if someone's dead, rigor mortis is going to set in pretty quick, and running is going to be damn near impossible.
Right.
You know, that's why like the George Romero zombies, the slow shambling zombies, that's why they're slow and shambling. Because they have rigor mortis. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, so, you know, although I will say this, like,
so by all intents and purposes, you just need to wait it out because they'll eventually die off, right?
Yeah, exactly.
If you follow that logic, yeah.
But you might starve to death first.
That's true. Well, diabetes would get us.
The diabetes would get us early on.
You just got to follow Zombieland's rules.
I love Zombieland.
You know, get in your cardio. And honestly, the opening credits for Zombieland is probably some of the best opening credits ever.
And you know, it reminds me a lot of Scott Pilgrim, you know, in a way. Yes. So I love the vibe of both of those. And I loved Woody Harrelson in that. He's so good.
Yeah. Everybody in that movie was great. And Zombieland 2 was good too.
Yeah. It was.
Yeah.
It was.
I fucking love the fucking what was the name? The girl in the pink.
I know who you're talking about. I can't think of her name.
She was like hiding out in the freezer. Yeah. She was great.
I like when they were at the hotel or whatever in the second one, and then their doppelgangers showed up.
Yeah, Luke Wilson and I forget who the kid was, but Luke Wilson was the Woody Harrelson.
Yeah. That was funny. I ain't seen that one in a minute. So
yeah, I hadn't either.
Shaun of the Dead was another great one.
Shaun of the Dead is hilarious. I love Shaun of the Dead.
I love Shaun of the Dead.
But I like the core, the whole Cornetto trilogy is great.
Yeah, with At World's End, Shaun of the Dead, and what was the other one?
What was it? Hot Fuzz?
I'm trying to think, but they're like the zombie ones. It was like there was At World's End, not in that order. At World's End,
Shaun of the Dead,
and there was another one.
Zombieland.
Maybe
no, that's not Cornetto.
No, that's not Zombieland.
What are you talking about? Wait a minute. What are you talking?
There was like
I think there was like a trilogy.
The trilogy.
Cornetto, the guy that made Shaun of the Dead.
That's what I didn't hear because you guys are shouting at the same time.
Sorry.
Well, and Cornetto does a unique thing with all of his movies.
Yes.
He tells you the entire movie right at the beginning of the film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does it in every movie. You know, he's like, oh, yeah, we're going to do this, and then this, and then this. And then throughout the course of the movie, they'd go and do everything he just said.
And it works. Yeah.
Yeah.
But what was the third? So it was Shaun of the Dead, At World's End, and something else.
At World's End, is that
I'm pretty sure Hot Fuzz is the one that's counted as the third piece of that.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is.
Yeah, Hot Fuzz.
Okay.
Probably is. This shit was funny.
Yeah. It's Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, and World's End.
Okay. That just some great films. Simon Pegg's awesome.
Yeah, they're all hilarious, man. They're very good.
Except this Scotty, not so great at that.
But yeah, man, Scott Pilgrim is definitely in my top 5 movies of all time. I love that movie.
That movie's so good. I took my kids to see that when it came out.
It's so amazing, and you know,
12 or something.
She was already an adult when she made it, so I can go ahead and say Mary Elizabeth Winstead was amazingly attractive as Ramona Flowers.
And then, yeah, definitely. And then we had getting the vegan power just means you're better than everyone else. The what was his name?
And wasn't the guy
Superman?
Oh yeah,
Brandon Routh.
He had the vegan powers, and then they took his vegan powers.
Yeah,
away.
the vegan police.
Yeah, because he had milk. Because he had some milk.
Wasn't Chris Evans the guy?
Right, no. On September 5th, you imbibe gelato.
Chris
Gelato's
Evans
not vegan. It's milk and eggs, bitch.
Chris Evans was the skateboarder.
Yeah, Lucas
That
Lee.
was hilarious. Yeah, Lucas Lee. He was so great in that. Yeah.
Well, you know, in the comic book, that scene plays out a little different because, yes, he does trick Lucas into like doing a trick that leads to his death, but they don't fight. Lucas Lee, he's like because Scott tells him he didn't know anything about the evil X's like fighting and stuff, and Lucas is like, really? He's like, all right, well, let's just sit and have a drink instead.
Oh, it's like
and
the first one,
man. Have a drink.
Matthew Patel, he's like, didn't you see my email? I skimmed it. He's like, no. But the funniest person in that film was his friend that turned everybody gay or whatever.
Yeah. That's Macaulay Culkin's brother.
Kieran Culkin?
Yeah.
Oh my God, his character is so
He played
hilarious.
Wallace, the gay roommate.
Wallace, yeah. And just the irreverence of the whole thing. And like Knives when she comes there and she's all in love with Scott and just and what's the girl that his sister that's so snarky all the time, and she's like, what are you dating, a kid or whatever, she's in grade school or whatever. What was her name?
His sister's played by Anna Kendrick,
that's it. Oh, her character's so snarky.
But I love I also loved Aubrey Plaza's like role in that. Whenever she would like swear at Scott, it would get bleeped out.
Yeah. Oh, it's just we're sex bomb and we're here to break shit or whatever she said.
Have you ever seen Aubrey Plaza in The To-Do List?
No, but she was great on Parks and Recreation.
The To-Do List is so hilarious. And what was the guy that played in Iron Man and the first Avenger that got killed, where he was the right-hand man to Sam Jackson?
You're talking about Agent Coulson?
Yeah, Agent Coulson. He's in it. There's a bunch of people in this movie. You guys got to see it. It's fucking hilarious.
I remember hearing of it, but I don't remember the film. Yeah.
I don't know why it didn't get like put out. It's good. Everybody I've recommended to like loves it. So
sweet.
It's hilarious. It's Audrey Platt. She's over the top. Like,
yeah, and
I'll tell you one of the most
great.
surprising
I love Aubrey
movies.
Plaza.
One of the most surprising movies to me was Fight Club.
Great movie.
The first time I saw Fight Club, because I remember going to see something in the theater and seeing the previews for it, and I'm like, oh Jesus Christ, another damn Brad Pitt movie. And then I saw the movie, and I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
It just blew my mind. And when it came out on DVD, I bought it, and all of the special features that are on that disc is basically a master class teaching you how to film a movie.
Dang.
Like, what was the one that, damn it, where the guy gets hypnotized? Is Office Space?
Office Space, yeah.
Yeah, I love that film. I literally, when I saw that film, not originally when it was out, but when I was late to it and discovered it later, I literally adopted that when I was working at the
at the Walmart.
You've been missing a lot of work lately, Jim. Well, I wouldn't say I've been
I was
missing
like,
it, Bob.
Yeah.
I literally, when I stepped down from a position, I was kind of like, I stepped down purposely, took a pay cut and stepped down from a position because I was kind of burnt out in that position at that time. And it just happened to coincide when I discovered that film. And I was just kind of like, I still did my work really hard, but it was like, it was kind of a fuck it attitude. It was like, I was kind of like he was, it was like, what happens, I'm not going to stress about this and wear all my things of, what did she had to wear? Jennifer Aniston had to wear a flare.
Oh my God, man.
That was hilarious.
I waited tables and bartended at TGI Fridays back before they got rid of those uniforms. And yes, I had to fucking cover my fucking suspenders in all this flair.
That's crazy.
Awful.
Yeah. We had similar stuff when we worked in Walmart.
Yes, anytime a movie was coming out, you had to wear the button.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I liked the buttons. I was really cool. I was real geeky.
I got a bag full of them damn things somewhere.
I probably do.
My
as well.
problem with the buttons,
big gallon.
My problem with the flare was it made trays harder to carry.
Yeah.
Like I'm trying to fucking wait tables here, and I gotta fucking like get the tray snagged on a goddamn button when I'm trying to fucking get it's so dumb, dude.
That's true.
I was surprised.
Like, let the hostesses wear that shit. They don't have to carry anything.
Hey, Caveman, are you trying to get completely monetized with this one stream?
Oh, you know it, man.
3 hours and 42 minutes and counting.
You know it.
When does it end? This is like me.
I'm hoping I pick up another
5
channel
a.m.
number.
where I'm at, which means it's 6 a.m. where you guys are.
Just about, yeah.
It's 2 minutes still.
Did
well,
you
that's
guys
the thing
see,
is
the super.
I have it. Yeah, nobody does it, but I have it. I have super chat, super stickers.
No, have you seen
membership?
No, I mean, have you seen the movie Super?
Oh,
yeah, with Rainn Wilson
from the Office movie or show.
And what's I shouldn't say what's her name. What's his name? Get shot and get his head blown off in that.
Yes. That was a good movie. It surprised me. I wasn't expecting the way it was. I guess.
Oh man, I love that scene where the guy cuts in line in the theater and he goes and puts a costume on and comes back and hits him with a wrench.
Yes. Fucking right in the head, kills him.
So good, man. Rainn Wilson's funny, man.
Yeah.
Are y'all excited for Alien Romulus or?
I am. I'm excited to see it.
The thing is, I don't like I can't really take a lot of blood and gore.
My expectations low.
But
that way maybe I'll be excited.
I really like Prometheus. I know that's probably not a great thing to say.
I like
and I hate I hate how they
Yeah, well, you know, it's nice to know that we were created accidentally because an alien vomited in a river.
Pretty much. And Alien Covenant kind of messed up what Prometheus started, but they were trying to pivot back to the, more of the gore. And I've never really liked. I liked Aliens, but I couldn't really watch a lot of it because I don't like gore and stuff like that, and the sliminess.
I love gore.
I know, and a lot of people do, and
well,
it's just not my thing.
Each Alien movie is kind of its own. It's different genres.
But yeah, I was totally fascinated by the idea of the not creators. What were they called? The in Prometheus, the aliens were what were they called?
Xenomorphs?
No.
He's talking about the builders,
the builders,
yeah.
The builders?
Yeah.
Were they? I can't remember what they were called. I don't think they were builders.
Something like the builders. I know that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the builders. You're talking about the pale giants?
Is it engineer? Yeah. Is it the
engineer? That's it.
Yeah, engineers. Yeah, maybe it was engineers.
Yeah. But I was really fascinated by their story, and I would have loved for them to just, when she went off to that planet to find them or whatever at the end of Prometheus, I really wanted them to continue that storyline. I was fascinated by that, and the idea of how humans came to be as portrayed in Prometheus, I thought was very intriguing. And
did you see what happened to her?
I did. Yeah, I feel like it was a really shallow excuse for killing her off, and Michael Fassbender as David, he's fantastic in that film, and in Covenant, and he's just such a great actor.
He is great, but I do still think Ian Holmes was a much more menacing synthetic.
He was, but
which one was that one?
That was
Ian Holmes was the robot in the first one. The original Alien.
The first one, yeah.
The one who was willing to kill every member of the crew for the sake of the corporation.
Yeah, the doctor android guy that they didn't know was
an android
or whatever he was. Yeah.
Right, which was why Ripley didn't trust Bishop in Aliens because she didn't trust synthetics.
Yeah, and then Bishop had been sacrificing himself.
Hey, but at the end of the day, the corporation was still the bad guy because Paul Reiser.
Yeah.
Paul Reiser was the one representing the corporation in that one.
Yeah. Nobody likes Paul Reiser.
Not anymore.
Hey, he was in the new Beverly Hills Cop.
He was okay.
I actually kind of like him in Stranger Things.
Yeah, he was good in Stranger.
Is he in that?
Yeah.
He took over for Matthew Modine. Matthew Modine was like the evil doctor.
Yeah.
And then after Matthew Modine fucked everything up, they sent Paul Reiser in to kind of fix things.
Matthew Modine was the bad guy in Moon Knight, I think, wasn't it?
No, that was
no, that's Eric. Not Eric Stoltz. Eric.
No, it's the same guy from the Purge movie.
Yeah, I can't think of his name.
He was also in that movie where he found the videos of the kids killing their families.
Did you get? Yeah.
Why is his name? It's Ethan Hawke. Ethan
Hawke. That's it. Yeah, and there's some talk that they're going to be doing a season 2 of Moon Knight, which that's one series that I think Oscar Isaac should have got nominated for his portrayal of 3 different characters. I mean, he did kind of what help me out, the guy that played Xavier in First Class X-Men.
I was going to say Fassbender, but not Fassbender.
James McAvoy.
James McAvoy in Split, how he did the different personalities and all that. He did a similar thing, and I didn't care anything from Moon Knight, but watching that Disney Plus series made me like Moon Knight, and I was really invested in it. And I wish they continued the story.
I think a lot of people didn't like it because they didn't understand what was going on.
I like Moon Knight. I always have. He's one of my favorite Marvel characters.
Yeah.
And then I actually like the series, but I mean, I understand why people didn't like it. But
well, the thing is, when it got to the action scenes, they would show that they wouldn't show him like cutting people up or anything, like because it was Disney, right? So you would see like there's a part where he's in that ice cream truck or van or whatever it was, and he's like, and then they just do a cut scene, and next thing you know, it's like where he blacks out or whatever. We don't get to see what he does, and that people felt.
I just kind of wish they would have went. Like I really enjoyed Moon Knight, but I do wish they had gone just a little more Fight Club with it.
Yeah.
Just to like, you know, hide that it's two different, that it's the same person for a little bit more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
It was like by the end of the first episode, you know, he's having like schizophrenic episodes, and it was like, I don't know. I think we could have played that out a little more before we spoiled it.
Yeah, and I thought they did Werewolf by Night really well.
I enjoyed that too.
One. Yep, and then of course they also did another holiday thing, which was the
Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special is
bacon.
Yeah,
I enjoyed that. That was good.
Yeah, it was.
Dude, Drax and Mantis were hilarious.
You know what would even been better than that is, you remember, was it the first one where he was talking about he used to tell people that David Hasselhoff was his father?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, my favorite, my absolute favorite bit in the Guardians Christmas special was when they were outside of Comic-Con with the cosplayers, and Drax is like ready to kill that one dude, and like and Mantis is like, "I'm sorry, his uncle was killed by a GoBot."
Yeah.
Oh no! Later they show Drax on top of Psykill just beating the living shit out of him.
That was Hollywood Boulevard or whatever, right there in front of the Chinese.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Whatever. They were in cosplay, so
go out there and take your money for taking pictures.
Yeah, he beat the shit out of whoever that human inside that costume should have been dead.
Yeah, he should have been dead because Drax is like Hulk strong.
Yeah, he just went to town on him. Damn. So now Cycle's part of the Marvel universe.
You know, and that was like a cool little scene in Guardians Volume 2. Was a great way to like illustrate that they were all super powered, right? Because you know, you got all these people in space and they're all fighting, and there's nothing that really like shows that they're super powered, right? Until the ship they're in at the end like breaks and they all have to jump out of it, and they jump like 300 feet to the ground and none of them are hurt. You know, it's like, oh shit, these guys are all like Hulk strong.
Yeah. That was those little short movies.
Oh, the Groot,
great.
The Groot things. The Groot.
What? Yeah, Groot. Yep, the Groot things.
I didn't really watch them. I watched like one or two of them. But they were okay.
They're okay. Yeah,
I mean, they're not necessary. You know what I mean?
No, they're not necessary.
Yeah,
they're not necessary for the Guardians story. None of them push anything forward. You know what I mean?
It's just
whereas the Christmas special is necessary because you get really important information in that. You know, you get the whole Mantis and Star-Lord being siblings. Like, you know what I mean? That's like, to me, that's important to like the story building, to the character building. You know what I mean? It's like,
it's only like an hour long, so it was a short movie.
Oh, it's fucking amazing, man.
It was great.
That
it was great.
Christmas, like everything James Gunn did for Marvel was fantastic.
Yeah.
You know, and so far everything he's done for DC has been great. You know, the Suicide Squad and the Peacemaker show, both fucking top notch.
I'm still waiting for Peacemaker to come back out. They said they were doing another one.
They're filming it right now.
Oh, they just wrapped on the Superman, the new Superman principal photography on it. And one description that I heard that he is James Gunn said on X or whatever, he said that he is a optimistic guy in a world that's not so optimistic or something like that. So I like that. That could be a good take on him. Finally, you know, maybe we see.
Well, I just hope it's actually Superman,
right?
Not some dude just in a blue suit with a Well, I can't really say he's got an S on his suit. It's very.
Yeah, I'm still not won over.
Hey, look, you know what? I trust James Gunn.
Oh wow!
But
like
some of those, but
fucking...
the set photos of the costumes, I don't like, and nothing's blown me away. Like Mr. Terrific, and
Well, I mean, Mr. Terrific is Mr. Terrific. He basically has,
I think Mr.
black
Terrific
makeup
looks
in the
pretty
shape
great.
of a T on his face, and a jacket that says "Fair Play" on the sleeves.
Right. Well, that's the thing is that James Gunn said that he's basically Superman's gonna already be Superman in the film, and there'll already be all of these established heroes, and
Right.
it's like he's not literally, but dropped into that universe, and so he's and a lot of it makes me think of Booster Gold. A lot of them are like that, where they got sponsorships. So I think like Mr. Terrific is maybe something like that.
Well,
and then
Mr.
the Guy
Terrific's
Gardner
costume is a direct. It's like exactly his current uniform in the DC comics.
Right. Yeah, I did see that. You're right. But so it's going to be interesting to see how Superman finds this place. It's kind of like dropping him into the Boys almost universe, because
I kind of feel like the way he's doing it, that the Justice League will already exist in this world.
Well, yeah,
Right.
everything
Right,
is supposed
because
to be
Mr.
pretty much
Terrific is
established.
basically there with Superman working on a mission. They're already part of the same team.
Everybody is like the main players are already going to be established. It's not going to be
and the one that I'm the most excited for, Nathan Fillion as Guy Gardner.
I always saw him more as a Hal Jordan, but I realized that he's probably a little bit too long in the tooth at this point.
Well, and Guy Gardner's the more sarcastic, one in the comics.
Is he too old
Fillion's
for the
got
role?
that sense of humor,
Is he too old to play the role?
Not to play Guy Gardner, no.
Not for Guy Gardner. I just
Okay.
I always saw him. I always wanted him to play Hal Jordan, back in
the day.
Well, he was contracted to play Hal Jordan.
He did,
and then,
voice.
Ryan Reynolds stepped up and said he wanted the role, and he's a bigger name, so they took it away from Nathan Fillion, but they had Nathan Fillion under contract to play Hal Jordan. So they made him voice Hal Jordan in 2 animated movies instead.
Yep.
But I'm pretty excited to see Nathan Fillion as Guy Gardner. And I you know what? I would be willing to bet, just because it's James Gunn, I bet he kills off Guy Gardner in it and has him play a different character in the next movie. Because he already had Nathan Fillion play the detachable kid in Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
Hey, did y'all see the news that Tom Cruise is going to be doing a stunt where he's going to rappel down something in the Olympics final or whatever, the closing ceremonies and all that?
I'll be honest with you, I don't give
I
don't give a single shit
their opening ceremony
about the damn Olympics.
Yeah,
I don't either. I haven't watched
done with
any
the Olympics
of it
forever.
I didn't even watch it.
When you take something like the fucking Last Supper,
well, they're actually saying that it wasn't
a tranny show. I'm sorry, I'm done.
They're actually, from what I saw on some of that, it's actually based upon, because I have some friends that are in that community, and one of them, he broke it down on his Facebook page, and one of them's an actor, and it's actually some festival of like food and whatever, but it wasn't technically the Last Supper.
I checked that out. It's supposed to be from that Greek thing. It's not.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, regardless of that, I didn't even watch it. I've seen the reports, and what I've seen, I'm not interested. I'm the wrong demographic, and I felt personally it's in poor taste. Well, like somebody mentioned, you have kids watching that, and and what does any of that have to do with the Olympics itself?
I can tell you
nothing at all.
Nothing at all.
The Olympics,
except for the fact that they let a man give a woman fucking permanent brain damage.
Oh yeah. What the hell?
In the fucking boxing events? 2 punches. The girl's got permanent damage.
That man should be put in prison.
Well, whoever let him fight.
Why is a guy fighting a woman? Or did I miss
probably
something?
because he identifies as a woman.
Oh, for real? See, I didn't know any of this. This is all.
I can tell you,
they let a fucking
France
quote unquote trans woman into the fucking boxing events.
Wow.
Yeah.
And none of the women stand a chance.
But
it's it's kind of like there's a line in a Tom McDonald song where he says we'll have the women like fight for the right to vote and equal pay, and then we'll have the men turn into women and you'll fight for them again.
Well, the thing is, it just seemed like, and I didn't watch any of it. I'm just going off of clips and videos I've seen of the opening ceremonies, but it seems like there's some indoctrination going on there, and it just didn't seem appropriate, age appropriate, because the Olympics needs to be for everyone and all ages, and there's a lot of kids that were probably watching that or athletes, or coming up to be athletes, and they look up to sports heroes like that and stuff like that. And there's a time and place for things, and that didn't seem like that's the place for that type of thing.
Well, and they can go ahead and say that whole fucking Last Supper thing was some Greek whatever instead. That's just plausible deniability. They framed that thing exactly like the painting. And
I was going to say, because not knowing anything else. Yeah. I thought it was the Last Supper, and I was
and I will tell y'all this. I feel sorry for those athletes because they are basically living in squalor in the Olympic Village. France was supposed to, they were supposed to build these Olympic swimming pools in Paris for the swimming portions of it, but they built them all too small. So now these athletes have to go swim in that filthy fucking Seine River, Seine, whatever the damn river is that runs through there. And it's filthy and it's disgusting. And it's like swimming in a river in India.
So it's the Savannah River.
Right. They're all going to have dysentery when it's over.
Yeah. Even though, the experts have concluded that,
hey,
it's safe. It's safe to swim in. And what Bigham is saying in the comments, cardboard boxes for beds.
Did I hear that they had a bed bug infestation there or something?
They'd have to have actual beds for that, wouldn't they?
Oh God.
I think this is going to end the Olympics forever.
Yeah.
It ought to end fucking France forever.
Well, guess where the next Summer Olympics is?
Los Angeles.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's why Tom Cruise, he was one of the torchbearers or whatever in 84, and so that's why he's doing this thing to be part of this, transitioning the Olympics to LA or whatever. Yeah. So
I think the 84 Olympics was the last time I watched the Olympics. I'm
going to say that. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this now. But when I saw the article that said he's going to actually do this repelling thing, you know what the first thing I thought of was?
Mission Impossible.
No. Well, yeah, of course. But I was like, oh my God, I got a feeling. I was like, Tom Cruise is going to have an accident and die. I feel like it's going to happen. Him filming, because he has to up the ante, for the Mission Impossible films. And I don't know why I thought that. I thought just maybe my anxiety, it popped in my head. But I was like, I hope to God not, because I'm a big Tom Cruise fan. I love his films, and I probably appreciate him more as a businessman, than the acting and stuff. But I love the Mission Impossible films and all that.
Yeah, that last Top Gun movie he did was really good.
Maverick was great.
Well, here's one thing I can guarantee. The next Olympics will not have women at all signing up for fucking boxing, because if they got to go in there and fight men, they're not going to do it.
Yeah.
That's fucking ridiculous.
I mean, look at that one girl, the volleyball, the guy, the male, the trans woman player spiked the ball in her face. She got paralyzed.
My God.
She can't walk anymore because of that.
Jeez.
He literally fucking ruined that woman's life. She can't walk, and she has brain damage.
And all because he can't compete with other men.
Right, and that's what's fucked up. Like, if
wait a minute, does this happen in volleyball or boxing?
Well, boxing is at the Olympics. The volleyball thing happened like 6 months ago.
Oh, so it wasn't in the Olympics. It was
the boxing thing was in the Olympics, and the girl does have permanent damage.
Oh my God, wow, that's terrible. I feel bad.
Why are we letting these men go in there and beat up on our women? It doesn't make sense to me. Yeah. And honestly, like these fucking psycho woke gyms where they're letting the fucking dudes who identify as women go into the women's locker rooms. Like, are you going to let your fucking daughter go to the gym ridiculous. With you? You have a 13-year-old daughter that's going to the gym with you, right? Are you going to let her go in the locker room if you know there's some guy in there with a fucking card swinging?
Well, I could tell you this. I ain't watching no dude. I don't care what he says. The fuck he identifies. He can identify as a fucking fire hydrant. But no, if he goes into the restroom after my kids, they're going to have to throw my ass in jail for a hate crime because something bad finna happen.
Well, and that's the thing that really bugs me about all this shit, right? So you've got, like, you know, a high school, right? And there's like 2 trans kids there. And, they don't feel comfortable in the boys' bathroom. So that in order to make these 2 students comfortable, they let them in the girls' bathroom. Well, what about the fucking 300 girls that are now uncomfortable because there's boys in the bathroom with them?
They don't matter.
I think maybe the thing is with people now, maybe this thing from the Olympics, if that's, you know, true about the lady being paralyzed and all that stuff. I think
no. The girl that got paralyzed was the volleyball thing from like 6 months ago.
Okay. Well, in the Olympics, the one that they got the brain damage or whatever, I think it's going to make. I think what it is in theory, it sounds, everybody should be free to express themselves and be who they are. And I don't disagree with that. But when you put it into practical terms, everyday terms, and you get a situation like that, where you have somebody that's obviously overpowered versus someone who's, you know, just a normal female or whatever, however you define it. I think when you put it in that practical terms, that's when the rubber kind of meets the road, and you're kind of like, well, maybe this doesn't make sense after all. You know, I feel like people are going to come to that realization, you know.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but if you have a male, if you're a biological male, you have a physical advantage over every female in the sport, right? And here's my argument: if that is not the case, and if it is equal, then why are there no trans men in women and men's sports? Right? Because a biological female cannot compete against men, no matter how much testosterone she takes.
Nope.
You know, and even fucking Caitlyn Jenner said it. She was like, look, you know, I wouldn't fucking go up against a woman because I will crush her. I have a male body, you know, I will crush any woman. And Serena Williams, you know, you got what's her name? Joy Reid interviewing Serena Williams. And she's like, oh, well, you could beat a man. And she's like, no. She's like, I couldn't. I went up against a man. He was ranked like 680 something.
Yeah. He was way down.
Out of me.
Because that's when you have people that aren't true athletes talking about what it's like to be an athlete. They don't know
they're
the physical
letting
strength
their
you have.
replace facts. And that's bullshit.
Yeah. And, you know, I don't have any issues with anybody identifying who they are or what they feel. That's in their heart and their minds, and that's fine. But as long as it doesn't infringe on someone else's rights or make somebody else subservient to them, you know, yes.
Right. It's the same thing with the pronouns, right?
Right.
Look, well, dude, if you want to cosplay, if you want to call yourself a girl, that's fine. But don't expect me to play along.
Yeah, if you look like a dude, I'm saying dude.
Yeah,
like I'm not like LARPing
girl,
with
I'm going to say girl. I'm going to use girl pronouns. You know,
right? Well, I won't go that far, right? Like, here's my thing: if someone introduces themselves to me with pronouns, I'm like, all right, well, it was nice to meet you. Have a nice life, and I don't speak to that person ever again. Because I'm sorry, but that's not a minefield that I'm willing to walk through.
Right. But, you know, you always get those situations where, you know, they don't say something first and you say something, and then it's like, you done stepped in a minefield of shit.
And at that point, I just go, "Oh, sorry about that," and I walk away from them, and I never speak to them again.
But that's the thing. The thing about it for me is,
but they don't let you walk away no more.
I'm gonna be as respectful to anybody that I come across as I can. But in a situation like that, I would just have to excuse myself and say, "Listen, I didn't mean to offend you. If I offended you, I'm sorry for offending you, but." I would be like you. I just walk away and not engage with them anymore.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to put all these rules on me in order to have a conversation with you, then I'm just not going to have a conversation with you.
Yeah, it's just better to stay out of the conversation. I mean, I'm all for respecting people and their space and who they are or identify as, but
respect goes.
But there's a line, right?
ways.
There was a story in the news like a month ago where was some crazy like libtard mom was trying to sue a veterinarian because her kid identified as a cat and the veterinarian refused to take care of the kid. And he's like, "Look, lady, I'm trained for animal physiology. I don't know how to fucking operate on a human."
Yeah.
Right? And she's like, "Well, he's not a human, he's a cat." I'm like, "Look,
no,
you can say he's a cat all day, but that doesn't change his physiology into something I'm trained to operate on." And she literally tried to sue the veterinarian because he wouldn't take care of a kid that identified as a cat.
That's ridiculous that they would even let that get into the damn court system.
Well, like I said, she tried to sue. She didn't even get it to court.
Well, that's good.
Because every lawyer she talked to was like, "That's insane. No. You're not going to win."
There's something scary.
I wish they would have like at least given him a different headdress.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think the colors on it
with a different paint job.
He could be an albino Ewok.
Man, I did a review. I did a review for the Black Series Heroes of Endor.
Yeah.
And I actually did this thing where I mounted the speeder bike with Poplu on it, on a rod, and mounted the GoPro behind it and walked through the woods.
Oh,
and then just sped the footage up.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a pretty funny fucking video, actually.
Yeah, I didn't get that set. I got every piece of that set individually.
Yeah, I ordered the set
individual
because it was the only way to get Poplu at the time. Like Poplu didn't come out for another year.
Yeah, it didn't come out till the 40th. Return of the Jedi 40th line.
Yeah, and Tebow was lonely. He needed company.
I miss Tebow. I only got the Holiday and Poplu and Wicket. I don't know why I skipped.
I got the Holiday. I missed a bunch of them.
I had this one come yesterday.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, cool.
What? Oh, nice.
I like that. Sweet.
Yeah, I just sold some Black Series to Curtis. I'm going to be sending them to him on Monday.
I want that.
He bought my Count
This
Dooku,
one is Walmart.
my Jango Fett, my Dr. Afra, my 000, and my BT1.
Yeah,
hey, Droid got back.
Yeah, I can't wait to get those. I've been wanting those.
You know what I would like to see the Black Series do as a 2-pack?
What's that?
Tupac?
Dexter Jetster and the robot waitress from Dexter's Diner.
Oh, yeah. That would be cool. But it would be expensive because he's an oversized figure.
Yeah, but she's an undersized figure.
But they don't take that into account when they price them things.
No, they really don't, man. They're fucking savages. Well, there you go. Just make Dexter a deluxe figure and make her his accessory.
It'd be like a 2-pack usually costs $50, but because we had to put extra plastic in this one figure, we're going to charge $75.
Yeah, even though we put only
the same
half
amount
the
of
plastic in the other figure.
Yeah. Even though it's the same amount of plastic as a regular 2-pack.
It's pronounced Tupac.
And this one is okay. It's
Droideka.
It does not.
Those are dope, man. If I was still collecting Star Wars, I definitely would have got a couple of those.
It does not make a circle. You can make an oval with a flat bottom, but you can't make a circle.
Yeah,
but it's close.
I'm
it's closer.
I'm selling almost all of my Black Series.
You know, it'd be cool if they had like a little shield that you could put around it, like see through.
Yes,
obviously.
exactly. I said that, Curtis. Did I not say that?
Yeah, like a fish bowl,
like a translucent dome that you could just
exactly.
Set over it.
Yeah, you could just put it over it so like he's got a shield on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw the Force. I don't know what you call it, Force Run in episode 1, but we never saw it ever again from the Jedi ever. They could have ran away from stuff super fast, like they did getting from that, but never saw it again.
Oh, when they were on the Trade Federation ship,
right? Squawkbuck, are you having an idea? You're exploding your
No, that's the
that's the G.I. Joe blast background.
Yeah. Oh, sweet. Is that
on all the original like vehicles and figures?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm retarded for G.I. Joe. Well, I mean, obviously my character is Destro, so
yeah.
Good God.
Oh, look at that
Torch, man. He's like,
I got him.
Oh, he's such a good Dreadnought, man. He's great.
Yes, Lemmy is awesome. I mean, Torch.
The only thing I don't like about that thing is the flames coming out of the eyes.
Yeah,
because it's like you can't have the blowtorch like turned off.
Yeah, and that piece is glued in there too.
Yeah, it is.
But other than that,
Well, I hate to say it, man, but it's
I got a magnet. This guy. I gotta put a magnet.
She won't hold her damn thing worth a shit either.
I haven't had any kind of trouble with it.
Really? It keeps sliding in her hand. I guess I got to turn them cockamamie or something. Yeah. But I think they did a better job on Torch than Buzzer and Ripper. And the number one reason is the glasses are molded into the head and they won't fall off.
That's the thing that I don't like about it.
But I think what they should have done.
Ripper is better.
I think what they should have done was with all three of these Dreadnoks is give them alternate heads, one with glasses and one without. Because Ripper's glasses aren't too bad. They stay pretty much in place. Buzzer's
falls off constantly,
and I've even put heat to it and tried to mold it to his head.
See, I didn't have a problem with my Buzzer. His glasses stay on just fine.
No, man, they like.
Hey, Prophet, can you show him the Sergeant Schultz figure?
Yeah, I could show him.
Yeah.
In fact, I have a folder that just has all my customs in it.
Oh, there you go. Show all your customs.
Yeah, let me just find it.
Dun, 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 dun.
You can identify that way, my friend, but it doesn't make it so.
Yes.
All right, let's see. Let me share the screen. All right, so yeah, these are some of my customs. This is Hector Ramirez, the reporter from G.I. Joe and Transformers from the animated series.
Yes.
I personally think this is an amazing custom. I even made his van and gave him a cameraman.
Oh wow, that is so good.
Okay, the cameraman, is that Marty McFly?
It's part Marty McFly, part Peter Parker.
Okay.
That's good. Good eye.
And then that's a Tony Stark head.
Yeah, that's Tony Stark from the
80th.
The stealth suit Iron Man.
Okay.
But I mean, come on, man. That's a Hector Ramirez.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it's
pretty spot on. But yeah, there it is. Yeah, you see, this is the not Peter Parker. This was the Loki body from the season 1 Loki show.
Okay.
This was his variant jacket. I took acetone and removed the variant label from the back of the jacket. There's the eggplant I made from green stuff because there's my M3 figure. Now, what's funny about this is the legs are from a Build-A-Figure WWE kid figure. So I gave him like these short little kid legs on a fucking adult torso. It's pretty fucking hilarious.
He's missing a bud though, man.
Yeah, I didn't have one handy for these pictures. Here's a G.I. Joe control room setup that I did. You see, I got Cap and Agent Carter and Indy back there. But there's a wider shot.
Hey, lady, you call him Dr. Jones.
Pretty good stuff, I think. There's Kaz and Bruce. This was my short fuse before I got my gridiron stuff for him. He's complete now, but yeah, so there's my Sam Newsman. There's a Sam Newsman, Kaz and Bruce, and M3 before they were finished. There's Curtis on the bike, the Sergeant Schultz on the bike. Not bad.
It's a big ass bike.
Is that one of those McFarlane?
These were the tracksuit mafia figures. But I'm like, man, they're exactly Crimson Guard colors. So I'm just calling these like Crimson Guard workout uniforms.
That's Fred. Right? And
I put the Cobra logos on them with water slides.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Curtis. Like, tell me that face isn't perfect.
Oh, yeah.
This is a Bill Goldberg head from wrestling figures. Because Curtis looks just like Bill Goldberg. But yeah, there it is. And these on the jacket, those are water slides, man. They worked out perfect for this. But yeah, there's my Sergeant Schultz figure. There's my Baroness and Carbonite.
Yes.
There's Schultz again with Liv Morgan. These were like Gundam platforms, but they work great for the bats, you know.
Yeah.
And they even hold the gear. Look at this.
Oh, sweet.
Like, how amazing is that? They recline if you need to work on the bats. Yeah, these are fucking incredible. This is my Dr. Venom.
Yeah, he's the one in the comic books, right?
Yeah, from the comic books.
Yeah.
My custom Kingpin. And this is
Rentraw.
My Cobra lawyer. He pretty much just says, I object, that's bullshit. There's General Hawk on the this Captain is the bike that came with Steve Rogers, but how perfect does he look on that thing?
Yes.
There's awesome. My custom Stinger with Stinger driver. Now the Stinger driver, this was a kill shot figure from Valiverse. You know, but a little bit of paint and some water slides and fucking amazing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
There's my custom weather dominator with my custom because the Cobra Valkyries came out, right?
Right.
So this I bought the Valiverse security blank for the females. You know, a little bit of paint on the gear, and she's my officer that leads the Valkyrie squad.
Too bad.
There's Bullwinkle in his Mustang. This is just here for the grill. Like, look at this grill, man. Like, this thing was $5.
Yes, and you know, if you put a little bit of something on the bottom of it to jack it up just a little bit, it would be the perfect height.
Yeah. It's great as it is, but like, yeah, you're right. This is a Valorverse Pandora figure, but I turned her into like a Dreadnought pledge. She's got the Zartan shirt. There's the Dreadnought tattoo. There's the Dreadnought Prospect label on the back.
Cool.
But yeah, this was a Valorverse Pandora. I'm like, man, she looks like a Dreadnought.
Yeah, she really does.
So I just like slapped some water slides on her, painted the vest up, and boom, fucking amazing.
Oh man, you need the head from the gear kit, the Pandora gear kit.
Oh, I have it.
Okay.
But there's a better look. Like Kaz printed this thing up, and then I hit it with like filler primer to smooth out the lines. And I bought 12 scale water slides for it, and man, it looks incredible. There's my this was a Paladin figure from Marvel Legends.
Yeah.
But I'm like, bro, he's in purple. You know, I took and put the gas mask on him, and now he's Mindbender's assistant, the Cobra lab rat. This was because I don't know if you ever read the G.I. Joe comics, but the very first issue, Scarlet is not in her regular uniform.
Yeah.
She's up on the surface with Flag wearing this. And the Agent Carter like was perfect for this.
Yeah.
So this is my Scarlet in dress uniform. There's a better look at Baroness and Carbonite.
With the lights, yeah.
And these were like mini details. Like I made them to be like small display. You can see how they scale with the figure. Like, but you know, because people have like all toy collectors have like these display shelves and stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I found some that'll be perfect for that at Dollar Tree. It's like a clear. It's got 3 sections in it.
There's my statue case,
and it's very similar to that.
Yeah, these are all Hero Clicks. I just ripped them off their bases, and you know, and now I have like really cool looking like statues. You know,
yeah.
You see there they are with Destro. They scale like like Diamond Select statues or something. Yeah, this is one of my favorites, man. The Batman 66 display.
Yeah,
that's my favorite Batmobile.
Cool. Yeah.
I love that one.
The Transformers display looks really great too.
There's a manufacturer that manufactures.
Like this is just awesome. Like the world's smallest figures are fucking amazing.
Yeah.
The Grimlock, Starscream, Megatron, and Soundwave were all out of these. They were at like the Dollar General. It was like $1. You get a blind pack.
Yeah.
But like you could feel, you squeeze it and you can feel which one's in it, so you don't get any duplicates.
Right.
And then the Bumblebee here, the Optimus, and this little Starscream were all those Jazzwares micro machines. And then this miniature Slag came with the full size Slag. And this actually transforms.
Nice.
Cool.
But yeah, and then there's Cobra Commander in his current job at Cobra.
Is that the McFarlane Raw?
That is the McFarlane, and I'm probably going to dissect that thing to make a different like Cobra robot.
Yeah.
But like in the storyline behind all my reviews, basically Cobra Commander, the reason he has all the money to fund Cobra is because he has a trust fund from his grandmother. And I proved to his grandmother that he was so bad with money that she put me in charge of his trust fund as long as I gave him another job. So I made him the janitor.
So no Cobra Law in your storyline.
No Cobra Law. Fuck
great.
Cobra Law.
That's awesome.
Is that Samuel Jackson?
No, this is the Profit Director.
Oh,
this is me.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, that's a good swath of my customs. It's not all of them, but it's a good bunch of them.
Yeah.
I've been sitting here for 12 hours.
Yeah, dude, it is almost 6 a.m. I'm gonna jump out, guys, because this is crazy.
Yeah.
I got shit to do today, and now I'm gonna be awake all day because I have no time to go to sleep.
Oh, don't forget what today
I'm sorry,
is.
I didn't mean to keep you up.
Oh no, it's all good, man. This was fun.
Yes. Hey, well, I was thinking I might do a live stream Saturday night. I guess that's tonight, but I don't know. Now
you might be sleeping.
Well, tonight we're going to be on Curtis's backstage because it's SummerSlam, and we always get together for the WWE pay-per-views.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
If you guys want, you're more than welcome.
Okay. How would we join that if we were going to?
Just give Curtis your information, and he'll send you a link.
Yeah, like I don't know, phone number or something. I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not really a wrestling fan, but I don't know.
Well, next Saturday we're doing that 1980 movie ranking. So if you're interested in that,
I gotta get a list together for that. And
hey, Digital, does M3 have your info?
I don't know, but y'all can just hit me up on IG. Just send me a DM.
Okay.
Yeah, Digital, you got my phone number when we were on
Kansas,
right?
I got it.
Yeah, so just when you make your list, just text me your list, and I'll do everything else.
Alrighty.
All right, fellas.
All right, it's a pleasure meeting you guys.
I have a tradition when I leave a stream. I always switch to this icon
for hosting.
Fuck you guys, I'm out.
Yeah, that's what he does, man.
That's what he does. Screw you guys, I'm going home.
All right, yeah, like nice meeting you, Ed.
Yeah,
and thanks Digital for inviting me.
No problem.
Yeah, hopefully I can get some more people over to my channel, and I need to do some more streaming and stuff. I just gotta.
Just let me know if you want to talk about something that I don't know.
Well, I mean, I'm impressed everybody was here this long talking,
Yeah.
And yeah.
Well, the first half of the show, I think it was you and Prophet.
Yeah, I talk a lot. I talk a lot, so I can't help it.
I know there's nothing wrong with it. I was just saying, like, you guys were like nailing it, like back and forth, like you guys were connecting.
Well, with Ed here, you have to pick your opportunities. Like you have to anticipate when he's fixing to take a breath, because otherwise you will not get a word in.
I know. I've gotten better. I used to be worse. I used to be real bad. But
Kaz's show, it's like that. But you have like 10 people.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got 10 people you fighting with.
Yeah.
On there,
Yeah.
So, but yeah, tonight we're doing SummerSlam. Next Saturday is going to be the movie thing, which should be really fun. That'll be live. So.
Okay. Yeah, I may want to be part of that. So yeah. But yeah, I mean, you can reach me at
Can Digital get a hold of you?
Oh yeah, by all means, yeah.
Okay, we'll do all that stuff, and we'll do it. I'll go through Digital Caveman, and he'll send me your stuff, and then I'll send to you. And
yeah, that's cool. That's cool. We can work it all out.
Yeah. So
all right.
Instead of spreading it to everybody in the internet.
Yeah, there you go.
I want your number, please.
What your number? Call me for a good time.
Yeah.
This a new phone. Who this?
Who this? Who this? Good Lord.
All right, man.
Profit.
Good day.
Take care.
Get a nap in somewhere.
Yeah.
All right. Later, guys.
All right, man.
Good night.
And
Gosh. Well, you know what I was thinking? I was thinking he looks a lot like Jerry, Amy's husband.